Oh, my mic was muted. Hello, hello, hello. Thanks for giving away the lower bracket section of your pick'em. I mean... Did you expect anything else? Wait, does that change? It does. Oh, that's why. I see. Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll live with that. Okay, alright, that should be good. At least one Korean team and an Indonesian team. Well, we'll see about that. Still a little torn. What's up, Imperial Kit Kat? Really didn't expect the news about Flashback. I'm not too surprised. I mean... I don't know. I'm not too surprised. I love your streams. I use them to procrastinate studying for finals. Thank you. I don't think that's a good influence, but whatever works, whatever floats your boat. Thank you, though. Appreciate it. Thanks for the kind words. Cultural docus. Yeah, I mean, I think it's almost... Yeah, if anything, I mean, the fact that they are, like, actively saying that we're gonna, like, keep him under the DRX brand without, like, doing, you know, going all out, I think is probably the benefit, right? I mean, I guess I wasn't really expecting Academy roster. Reserve, you know, on, like, full just reserve bench was expected, I think, from me. The Academy part's a little bit curious, but I almost think, yeah, that's like nail in the coffin. I don't think he'll get called up, quite frankly. I mean, I guess unless someone's sick, but... You know, like cannonballs and swimming pools? What's up with that? Yeah, I mean, you know, with Flashback, it is what it is. No, not much more. If anything, I think also them sending him to Academy is like them saying like, hey, like, we're not going to talk about it anymore, right? Like, he's on to a different route now. Genji Flashback. Imagine. Just picking up the scraps of DRX. Imagine. Imagine that. That would be kind of crazy, no?
Thoughts on the Flashback news also, Pog?
Thoughts on the flashback news? Also, Pog. Thank you for the tier 1 resub. IKEA stole my washer. Thank you. Yeah, we were just talking about it. I mean, I'm not too surprised. I think it's cleaner for everybody, right? The fans, I mean, sure, people might still wonder, but it's like, okay, well, like, that's the conclusion for now. Like, he's off. There's no question mark of, like, will he play in playoffs? Could he play in stage 2? Like, I think this is them saying, like, we don't have plans to bring him back for stage 2. Like, if they really needed a sub because, I don't know, someone got injured or such, hopefully not. But then, sure, maybe. But it seems like this is their message of, like, he's not, like, we're not going to talk about him anymore this year. But it's also, like, them not just going all out and being like, screw you, we're just dumping you out onto the streets. So I think it's pretty fair. You know, the academy roster part, outside of just reserve, was, I mean, I wouldn't say I called that, but you know, it is what it is. Is the PoE 2 new update not good? No, I'm enjoying it. Although right now there seems to be a bug for some people that can't finish like the map quest to progress their atlas, which is a big problem. But no, it's pretty good. It's just Last Epoch had a big update, so we're just giving that a shot. You know, I still play PoE 2 a little bit here and there off of stream. We'll come back to it at some point. Like, during season, VCT watch parties are the main content anyway on stream, so I'm kind of just taking things as they come. Tomorrow we'll be checking out Expedition 33, and if it's good, we'll play it all the way to the end over time. I mean, I don't think it's even that, though. Like, I don't really think you have to... Like, here's the thing. It could be the most valid thing, and for Termi, it could be frustrating. Because, first of all, it's not the first time, and it's still frustrating, right? So it could be the most valid reason. It doesn't even have to be invalid. So I don't think there's even any point in speculating, oh, there was a valid or invalid reason for Flashback. That's for them to decide. But I think Termi and the team's POV is totally validated regardless, right? So, I mean, I think this is just like like, no one wants to play a season of, like, you don't want the players to think, like, oh, could I be pushed back down to the bench if Flashback comes back? Like, when would that be? Like, I don't know, right? You don't want the coach to have to be like, was management going to want me to, like, do this? Or do I even want that? Like, when would that happen? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't a case of we signed him and he couldn't get his visa. Like, it's not like a Patrick Hu type of situation of, like, we still got to give a fair shot. It's like, you've had 2 fair shots. And regardless of how valid the reason is, like, if it's valid, it could be unfortunate, but I don't think any team or any part of the team would ever want to deal with that stress of, like, the unknown non-stop. Like, you have to keep going. So to me, it's just, there's no point in even speculating. I think that will probably eventually, I think it'll, not the details per se, but the attitude of it will come to light over time, I'm sure. Right? Or, like, let's say if he, I don't know, for whatever reason, like, retires, and it's like, well, then it's a non-issue. But you know, outside of that, I don't know. To me, this is like the most sensible thing. I actually don't think there's really much in terms of counter argument for the Flashback situation. To me, I think that's, yeah, it's just what it is. I am evil Denji. You're always evil. Reviews are out for E33 and they're very positive. Are they? Okay. I mean, the biggest question for me, I feel like the gameplay I was going to enjoy no matter what. It was really going to be the pacing and then the tech aspects, but we'll see. If G2 absolutely fail in playoff and somehow don't qualify for Toronto, would you consider roster changes? No? I mean, unless, like, notoriously just one person just, like, got, like, 5 frags only every single map, I don't think I would. I think that'd be kind of insane. But if they did make roster like, let's say that happened and a team made roster changes, then I would assume that has been happening in scrims. You know what I mean? Like, something had been going wrong in scrims. That would be the assumption. So I consider the game of the year. Well, that's a little early. Yeah, we'll see. Everything I've seen from it looks good, but I mean, over the course of, like, What's the expected playtime for that one? Like 30 hours? Like 30 hours things could change, right? Like it could be good in the beginning and not good in the middle or vice versa, so... I think I've realized over time that for me it's like much more the nuance of games rather than simply is A good or bad, but... Gragon, that's a great question. You could be ignorant, so we'll give you a timeout. Have you ever considered that maybe my eyes are open? You know, I don't question why you type without a brain most of the time, but, you know, that's just me. Yo, what's up, Tron? Had a wedding to attend to yesterday, and I'm now down with food poisoning. Oh, no. Hopefully it's not too bad, man. Guys, I'm Termy. We're actually selling Flashback to Boom. Well, no, I timed out for longer, but yeah, I would just extend that or ban. That was way more than a minute timeout, for sure. Even out of ignorance, I think 10 minutes is valid. Also, just because, like, there's no way in 2025 that is actually out of ignorance. Unless you're from, like, I don't know, Antarctica, and you've never left Antarctica. Like, that's not one where it's like, oh, yeah, I guess this could be pretty niche. Wedding ceremony on a oh yeah, I didn't even consider that. Yeah, wedding in the middle of the week. That's kind of interesting. Don't ban me, Chobra, but aren't Nongshim kind of cooked with this bracket? I actually don't think so. I mean, lower bracket's gonna suck for whoever, no matter what, because you obviously if you lose, you're out. So while like the 2-week break is nice, obviously like you have to win back to back, like two days, 2 weeks in a row to go to Toronto. So that's rough. But outside of that, I think the side of the bracket is better, to be honest. Chat, if I hear those words. Who has a better chance of going to Toronto? PaperX, Nongshim, or NRG? That is an interesting question. What's NRG's actual bracket look like? Let me pull it up on my window here. What does NRG's actual bracket look like? NRG meets either MIBR 100 Thieves and then either G2 Sentinels or Cloud. Dude, NRG ain't making it to Toronto, man. NRG ain't making it to Toronto, man. No. Yeah, Nongshim, legit, that question, actually, Nongshim does have the best chance. The only caveat is, like, if PaperX really just wakes up, but I don't think so. I think PaperX actually has a pretty rough bracket. I think PaperX has a worse bracket than Nongshim in terms of stylistic matchup. No, they can beat 100 Thieves, but they can beat 100 Thieves, but the only team out of G2, Sen, Cloud9 that I would expect them to beat in a lower bracket would be Cloud9. And that would imply that Sentinels lost, at which point I don't think they're losing again to EG. And then they would have to face either EG, Crew, or MIBR. And it's like, I don't think Energy's winning any of those. Hey, what's up, FIQ? Hello, YouTube. What's up, Kami? By the way, it can be both PaperX and Nongshim making in Toronto. Oh, it can't be. I know. Indian Hindu weddings have crazy reasonings and timings. The actual time of the wedding ceremony timing was 3 a.m. Wait, that's so crazy. 3 a.m.? Like, is that like a... Not common, but like people don't bat an eye when that happens? 3 a.m. is insane. But I don't... Like, is it like a multi-day thing? Like, are Hindu weddings like multi-day? Because I know, like, who was it? Somebody had like a week-long wedding ceremony. I feel like it was, What's the name of the Paper X owner? But anyway. What teams? Well, we'll go through it. We'll go through it. We'll go through it together. Yes, soul. Yeah. Damn, Chad, Isso's starting to wield the power. Added the term "don't ban me." That's so funny. I'm down with it. A week is minimum. Oh, usually it's like 4 to 6 days. Oh, okay. Okay, well that, I mean, in that sense, I don't know. 3 a.m. actually doesn't sound that crazy if it's multi-day. I don't know why that suddenly makes it make more sense, but... Hey, what's up, Ender Zach? Yo, Sliggy's changed, man. I checked both Sliggy and TMV's Pickems. Sliggy's changed, man. The fact that he literally changed his Boom Gen G match because he needed Paper X to go all the way, and he wanted like that at some. It's worse than me, man. Sliggy's Pickems is worse than me, man. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. It was crazy. I mean, yeah, track by track, I guess. No, but it's just seeing him do that, like in action, I was like, no way, man. He committed so hard to the bit that he had to change his Pickems. It's crazy. The 3 a.m. has nothing to do with whatever happens before. It's a timing decision based on astrology. Okay. Well, that actually makes it make even more sense in a weird way. It's like he's just conducting a PRX train of the... Yeah, that's what it is. You're about to do the same thing with Nongshim, though? I mean, sure, but for one, I'm part of Nongshim. 2, I actually don't. There's only one potential match that I think I would have to like really bend over backwards. Otherwise, I would be like, no, you know what? I could believe this. Like, even if I was just even outside of Nongshim, like if I just was excited about how this team plays. I actually think the bracket's not bad. I mean, there's really only... It's like a 50-50, right? But I think the bracket's not that bad. It's just tough because you're, one game out. So he's going to run out of tracks. These tariffs are going to make him bankrupt. Do you think Platchat overrated T1? Seems like people expect T1. Oh, yeah, wait. What were the Platchat pickups? Did they pick T1? They picked T1 over DRX? Oh, they did. I was actually surprised they did, because I expect them to improve, but I felt like most people wouldn't. So that was a little interesting. It is almost 8 p.m. It's 7:50. I was surprised to see that, yeah. Because I expect them to, but I'll be honest. DRX is it's an iffy match for both, right? Because now DRX is like committed to this roster, which means Termi definitely is going to have things cooked up. They're going to definitely look better. And they still beat Gen G. Dude, I can't believe... Dude, by the way, I can't believe TMV's on the Gen G train, man. Gen G lost to a DRX that had to... That had what, a week and a half with a new roster. I mean, not in brand new, but and they went back to not playing double. It was crazy. I think the trend is to trust in the reigning champ. I mean, also, yeah. Also, I think the T1 trust, though, I don't think you can ever fault someone for believing T1 still can bring it back and look better, like upgrade. Does that mean they're fail-proof? No, but I actually don't know. We'll see how it goes when we start the recording. But I don't know if I'm gonna send T1 or DRX to the lower bracket. So I don't know. What are we seeing about Talon? I'm pretty high on Talon. Can they make it to Masters? We don't. I mean, this bracket, by the way, this specific bracket, honestly though, like Paper Rex and Nongshim starting in the bottom lower bracket makes their chances just drastically lower, obviously, because you can't mess up. But I don't think anyone should be too surprised about any of these teams making it to Toronto. I think you could be more surprised with Nongshim and Paper Rex, but this bracket, this is like the best bracket we've ever had in Pacific. I actually think. I think this is like the best bracket we've ever had. Have you ever tried Tom Yum Shin Ramyun? No, I actually don't know if it's sold in Korea. I think that's like a local, regional flavor. But I want to. Slept on it twice though and still haven't decided. I was literally like going through it like all day today, this entire bracket, and I still haven't decided. But we'll see. Let me just make sure I have everything set up here. And then we'll jump into it. Let me just make sure we have our power rankings. Okay, that's good. Let's get Epic Pen up, just in case. What do you think about Boom? I'm pretty high on Boom. But I do think they have a potentially tough match. Because, well, yeah. I mean, I guess if it's Talon, I think it's tough. If it's Shenji, I think Boom moves on. But you think Genji can make it? Is that because you think they'll beat Talon? Because yes, then I mean it's Genji Boom rematch, and you know, I guess that could go either way, but I would be surprised if Paper Rex Genji or RRQ makes it. Really? Damn. Yeah, you think Genji's gonna go all the way? You're with TMV. Wow. I mean, sure. Possible. I don't really believe in that, but let me just, we're not going to talk about every game this time. I'm just going to just jump right into the rankings, and then we'll just talk about kind of what we saw from each team towards the end here. Let's see. Okay. Where did my match results go? There we go. Where did my music go? There we go. Let's pause the music. All right. If Nongshim is in top 5, I will eat multiple socks. Destroy. You don't want to be making bets like that. Not with the Pacific bracket. It's not even because it's Nongshim. I just don't think anyone should be making any weird bets with the Pacific bracket. Boom, RQ, and Talon for maximum whimsy. That would actually be... That would flip Pacific over. It really would. All right, chat. As always, when I'm recording, I may not be able to keep up with chat, but feel free to join in the discussions yourselves. Have fun with it. And then we'll go through it. We'll be going through our rankings first and kind of rate each team's power levels going into playoffs. And then... and then we'll go do Pickems. Yep. See if we can keep this a little bit shorter since we won't actually walk through all of the matches. T1, please win. That's all I ask. Tough ask. All right, recording is on, and I don't have my stream deck open. That's okay. I can do this manually. Reminder to turn off sub don't alerts. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's do that. And then where is this one? That already has the overlay off. Okay. Yep. Nope, I lied. Need to check one more here. Keep that off as well. All right. I think T1 partied too hard and they play Icebox like they're drunk. I think T1 partied too hard and play Icebox like they're drunk. That's one heck of a line. All right, here we go. Welcome, YouTube. It's Chobra, and we are now getting ready for playoffs. It's finally top 8 time here in VCT Pacific. Now, we are going to extend playoffs a little bit because what they've done with the schedule is just two match days each week. That way, you never have some weird situation where you're like dropping down from uppers and immediately playing, you know, your redemption match in the lower bracket, etc. So it is going to be spread out a little bit, but I kind of like that. I kind of like how the schedule's looking. And of course, we are down to 8 teams. So let's jump in. Let's talk about where I think these teams lie in their power ratings, right? Their power rankings, each team. How strong do I expect them to be going into playoffs? And then we'll do our pickems. So let's jump right in. All right. So this is what we had going into the last week. Going into week 5, this is kind of where I rated each team. Now, obviously, we're not expecting too many big changes, but let's change this. Oops. That's okay. All right. Okay, so what do I think is changing? I'm going to be honest, T1 and Boom I don't think is changing. DRX I don't think is changing either. Gen G, I have questions about. Talon, I would at least like to give them a shot. Let's talk about, because I'm not going to go through all the matches this time just because some of them didn't, matter as much, and some of them had, some pretty skewed matchups. But I will say, just overall, Talon, I was quite impressed. Now, we should keep in mind, I did predict this match. I did predict Talon to beat T1, partially because I didn't expect T1 to pull out all the stops. But at the same time, Talon, I think, still played very well. I think Talon's win is credit to them. I don't really take away too much from T1. Well, I guess I do a little bit, right? It seemed like they were, since they were getting read so hard that they were running out of ways to adapt, they kind of fell into their old habits. And if you listen to the press conference afterwards, it kind of sounds like the vibe reverted a little bit too, right? Of we started kind of turtling up and things like that. I forget exactly the phrase Buzz used, but as soon as I heard it, I was like, oh, yeah, they're like back in their old form of we can't afford to lose. This sucks. Like that type of attitude. So that's a little rough. But I still don't think I would take away anything just because I have quite a bit of faith that things are going to change. Comps are going to change here, right? Whether they ban Icebox or not, I think they're going to change, brush up on that even more. I think just T1, what we're seeing right now, and then what we saw in terms of the first half of the stage of just fundamentals being so thorough, I think if, that stays and then they bring out, slight agent changes, etc., I think they go right back up to the top. So, yeah, a lot of people are going to say, how could you? But at the same time, if that's the argument, Boom beat DFM. Are we really putting any weight into that? No offense to DFM, but, Boom was straight up actually playing a little messy against DFM because they knew they could get away with it. So, I think, if you want to argue Boom should have been, you would rate Boom, rank 1, even, 2-3 weeks ago, then that's fine. But I think not changing these just because of their very last matches, I don't think is that crazy considering the matchups they had. But yeah, I give a lot of credit to Talon. It sounds like the Jovi Frost combo is really hitting its stride in terms of what it can bring. Cruz seems really locked back in. And honestly, I could see that level up. Now, small sample size because we just we've yet to see consistency from this team ever. So we don't know. But the way Cruz talked about it in the interviews, the way they've talked about it in the press conference, the way they looked in the game, like Chip Boys looked much more comfy. He wasn't doing as many like weird things where he was just kind of off on his own world. Primi was like constantly getting support. He wasn't overextending. But he was being aggressive enough, right? Cruz's calls and reads were really good. Round-to-round adjustments were good. They brought out comps that were specifically targeted against T1, stuff like that. So overall, very, very good stuff. So Talon, I want to give a little shout out to. Let's talk about the teams that didn't make it to playoffs real quick. DFM is at the bottom. It was boom. It's not that they lost. It's just, again, we're not seeing any inspiration or innovation in comps. We're not seeing any innovation or inspiration in calls. And then in terms of frags, like even May is just not at the level that we are used to expecting from him. You know, when things go wrong, like it's just kind of go off solo, get kills. Like we're not seeing that. Akame is still doing great in terms of fragging. I think Jien is still just a constant, like he hasn't really shaken too much from where he started at stage 1. So that's that. But obviously, you know, a lot of eyeballs on Art, like both his calling and fragging are both struggling. So, you know, how do you remedy that? But also just like you're not understanding the comps, you're playing the current meta, you're not adjusting very well. The timeouts aren't having impact. There's a lot, which is very disappointing because it looked like, right, like Zeta and DFM kind of feels flipped because it felt during kickoff that DFM might, you know, be continuing on from off season of like, okay, at least they know the direction they need to go. So it's a little bit unfortunate. Now, Team Secret. What are we going to do with this team? I mean, I don't know. Straight up, just in the last week, they definitely looked better than GE. It's not because they beat RQ, but they just, they looked like they were. Their new formula looks good. Like Jeremy not being hard entry, Jeremy not being the main opper, he looks comfy. Like he's a good rifler. Like that gave him so much comfort. Wild Oreo was a little bit up and down, but if that makes Jeremy like pop off and be consistent, that's great. Jesse Vash, dips into the fountain of youth and he's back in form for 1 week. Okay, I'm going to assume that that's what we're going to see in stage 2. Like, I have to make that assumption. I have to make that assumption. And if that is the case, I think at the very least, they seem to have, a little bit too late, figured out where they want to go. Whereas GE, I think right now, the things they need to fix aren't so much where they want to go. They need to fix how they want to start. And I think that's very frustrating for GE because it looked like there was a flicker of it at the beginning of the stage, where you had a good foundation and you just had to pick the right direction. And now it's like, okay, that foundation clearly wasn't there being consistent enough. And just listening, again, to their press conference, etc., it sounds like they know, like they feel that. So that's unfortunate. I do want to give a, shout out to Elevated because like he was still like laughing and joking with Poppy during the press conference, trying to, not be too down despite the disappointment that they all had on themselves. So it's not easy, being in a leadership position, and it seems like the team, everyone on that team is doing what they can to like try to look forward, but obviously it's tough. So this is rough for GE because I started off with a lot of hope for him. Paper Rex is in a weird spot because it seems like they've just decided, hey, let's just play what we're good at for stage 1, and then let's just shine with it. And that is like something on Jet, something on Op, Jing on Rays, and then everyone else just fill your slots, Patman on flashes, right? And it works. And lets them frag out. Do I put them above Zeta? I mean, it feels like a bit of a cop-out just because then it's just top 8, easy peasy. But I think that's a little unfair to Zeta. But I think I'm okay with this just because while Zeta still, yes, the improvements we saw from the previous week were there, the old weaknesses were brought out fairly strongly once they hit a wall. So I think we're okay with this. Zeta still, I think, very hopeful. I think they planted a lot of good hope for stage 2. I think the direction they're going in is good. It just needs a little bit more time, and obviously they have to, they'll figure out what they want to do with, Depp and 1010 as well. But yeah, Paper X, I mean, they're 8th, but at any point, But the thing is like this formula though, it doesn't have the same whimsy it had before, where it was like new. So I don't think they're gonna like. They could easily take first or second or anything like that. But we'll put him in the top 8. So Talon, I rate Talon pretty highly. I think it's time to bring it back, chat. I think it's time to bring back the Talon top 4. Talon top 4 narrative. Listen, I am disappointed in RRQ, by the way. Can we just talk about this? RRQ, I expected I guessed on Team Secret winning, half for the memes and half because I thought it would happen. But like you can't have that happening. You cannot have RRQ. You can't. Just because Team Secret brought out Double Duelist shouldn't suddenly mean RQ goes back in form. You know what I mean? Which they did. Like, their calls got slower. For one, they were losing aim duels as well, which that will give credit to Team Secret. But I do think RQ... Like, that was enough for me. I think if they dropped one map, I wouldn't be saying this. But the fact that they lost 2-1... And, like, we know they knew, like, they weren't underestimating them. We know this because they straight up told us on our stream. They were like, yeah, no, like, we like, all the memes aside, like, we're not underestimating them. So it's like, you don't even have that excuse. So how in the world does that break down just because Secret suddenly played Double Duelist, right? Yeah, like, but that's what I mean. Like, they weren't using their ults, and they talked about this in the press conference. Like, Ewok talks about it. He's like, yeah, you know what? Like, we, for whatever reason, we just, like, didn't use our ults, and, like, we were, and then, like, we couldn't decide, are we playing retakes or not, and things like that. But it's like, yeah, but that was always the same problem that you had before, was it not? So to me, this just tells me, unless you snowball hard, you still struggle. Like, at some point, there's some wall that shuts down for RRQ. And I think that's rough. I'm torn between RQ and Gen G, swapping them. Nongshim isn't changing, chat. Nongshim isn't changing. Nongshim's staying right at 6, all right? That's as fair as I can be. Listen, I'm not putting them top 5, all right? That's as fair as I can be. They still have some work to do. I have faith that they will because they have a 2-week break for the lower bracket run, but... that's not changing. But Gen G and RQ? Ah, man. I think Gen G is better at snowballing. I think everybody's better at snowballing than RQ at this point, quite frankly. Which is really bad for RQ. That's not a good sign. But I don't rate Gen G that highly either. The thing with Gen G is, like, I do not like some of the comps they're playing. But maybe that's just a stylistic choice. Would I put Gen G above RQ? I don't know. Gen G RQ, Gen G RQ, Gen G RRQ. Assuming they don't meet each other, do I think Gen G is a stronger team than RQ? I'm not convinced, but I mean, RQ looked very convincing in their win against T1, but that's what I meant, small sample size. Is there not a world where Nongshim is 7th? No, there isn't. But it wouldn't make this any easier. It's not that I'm torn that one of them has to be 7th. I just don't know who I would put above each other. Man, I am not feeling the Gen G rank 5. I think I just don't like the way they play right now. I think I just don't like it. And I'm trying to see if that's fair or if that's just my opinion. I just don't like how Gen G plays right now. I just don't like the comps. I just don't like how they're adjusting. But are they really solid? And the X factor is there. Texture seems to have finally woken up from his hibernation throughout all of stage 1. Wow, that would imply that it's 1, 2, 3 of them in the top 5, huh? Yeah, like the texture Yoru's a little weird, but outside of that too, like the Viper comps and I don't know. Let's put it this way. I consider RQ a stronger team right now, but if I had to make a bet, I would bet that Gen G would go further in the bracket if they were like, on the same side. That would be where I stand. But I'm gonna stick with this. So we talked about all of those. We talked about, Gen G and RQ. Really, Gen G, though, I think they are looking a lot stronger. I think they're looking a lot more comfy. I think Ashe is actually adding a lot of impact, like more than Foxy9, in my opinion. But I think, therefore, they can kind of play around Foxy9's strength, which is what I wanted to see from Gen G. So that I will give them credit for. Nongshim, listen, at least they... it's kind of as they said, right? They discovered, now that they want to go back to kind of what they're good at, but adapt that to the current meta. I think obviously we're seeing signs of that. Are there still some big roadblocks? Yes. Are there limitations to the comps they're playing? Yes. But do I think, especially now that you have an extra 2 weeks before the lower bracket run, that some of that will be remedied? Yes, I think so. And I think the biggest thing Nongshim just has to work on is, quite frankly, stop thinking so much about what you're going to do. Think about what the opponent's going to do. And I don't mean just ante, but I just mean like round to round, like mid-round. Just a little bit more of that, honestly, I think would make a huge level up. It'd be a huge unlock for Nongshim. RQ, we just talked about quite extensively. Overall, obviously very good. Jemkin's still, one of the best right now in Pacific. I would say Creed's Guys Calling overall still good. Again, it just kind of had a bit of a breakdown against Team Secret. Monyet, I have to give a little bit of credit for it because I keep calling him out as, like, to me, he's the one that has to get more stable on the team, and I think he is doing that. Obviously, Cushy's still very good. I think Xfero's gotten much more consistent as well. So overall, the team is upgrading. How much, though, we don't know. Talent, I just rate very highly. I think they unlocked that next level. Obviously, the firepower they've proven time and time again. DRX, the fact that they could beat Gen G 2-1, despite still only having like a week and a half or so fully with Bane in the mix, I think says a lot. They've also reverted going back to non-double duelists. So again, Termi's very, very good at like quickly shifting to what they need to do, what they're good at. And then boom, T1. I just rate T1's potential to still pop off and be a bit more consistent in a long run. So, this is, I'm okay with this. Quite frankly, again, I've been saying it, but anybody in the top 8, am I going to be too shocked if any of them go to Toronto? Not really, obviously because of bracket. Some of them I'll be a little bit surprised, but otherwise, it is pretty close. I think any of them can beat, one of the other teams on any given day. It's just slight likelihood. It's like, I don't think any of these are like, I don't think any matchups, like, let's say T1 Paper X. I don't think this matchup is like an 80-20. You know what I mean? Well, T1 Paper X, maybe I would rate it like a 65-35, but I wouldn't go anywhere above that. Like, I don't think any of these matches go over 60-40 for me, quite frankly. So it's pretty close among the top 8, but it's just kind of relative. And then, the bottom team, Zeta and Team Secret, I will give 1 star to Zeta, and then I'll give like a small star for Team Secret for finally showing some signs of life. So they get their flowers there. So that is kind of where I rate each team going into playoffs. Now, this is how I rate them as teams, right? Like, how strong do I think this team is? It could have zero reasoning into the Pickems. So let's jump into the bracket and see what that looks like. All right, where are we? For anybody wondering why T1 is at the top, T1 was at the top last week as well. So to me, Boom beating DFM doesn't really hold much meaning, and T1 losing to Talon, I expected that to happen, and I still put them at first. So to me, things just don't quite change. Okay, let's zoom in. All right, here we are. Talon versus Gen G. That's Cope. They got swept by Talon and lost to RQ, which lost to Team Secret. Yeah, and RQ lost to Nongshim. So is Nongshim at the top? I mean, apparently not, according to the groups. So this is the bracket, not the Pickems. Correct. Thank you. Thanks for calling it out. Here we are. Here's the Pickems. I love, by the way, it's like, this is never going to change, is it? Everyone's always like, yeah, but they lost to this team. I'm like, since when was that that's not the point of a power ranking. That's not the point of a power ranking. Why are you watching this video if you think it's just going to be the results? I never understood this logic. I mean, you can have a different opinion. I'm not saying my opinion's correct, but okay. The bracket. Here we go. Here we go, chat. This one's going to be spicy. Talon versus Gen G. I'm really big on Talon. And if there was ever a time for Talon to break the win-loss pattern, it's this match. I don't expect Gen G to really diversify like comps and defaults that much. Obviously, they're going to have good mid-rounding. Munchkin's still a good IGO. They've grown a lot. Foxy9, you can't just barrel over him anymore, at least not as easily. They're all very strong players. So I'm not saying that it's like, oh, anti them once and you're good to go. But I don't expect them to change drastically. Whereas I do expect Talon to be able to do that. And I think if you have the same patterns, that's where Talon thrives the most, in my opinion. If their opponent has the same patterns, if they have the same foundations that they've always had, like that's the type of thing that Talon, that's, first of all, as we've seen time and time again, like that's something that Frost loves to try to abuse. But also under that, Cruz, I think, has gotten very good at countering that. But the fact that he was the one who wanted to use that comp against T1, stuff like that, it tells me that his brain is now in that wavelength. And I think it works well against Gen G. I don't expect it to be easy. But it's time for the pattern to be broken. And also, I mean, listen, they finally won their first map and won the series as well. So it's like, it's pattern breaking time. So I am on the Talon train. DRX versus T1. Oh. All right, right now, current gut check. Gut check. DRX or T1? T1. There is, honestly, I actually think it's more likely that they drop but then wake up. But I mean, that's also a gut feeling. So T1 over DRX. But this one's a real 50-50 in my head. I think a lot of people should favor DRX, actually, from what we've seen so far, if you're only looking at the most recent matches. But I mean, I think, they're either banning the icebox or just overall, I think they're going to have more adjustments to all of their comps. Like, even if you're not flipping the entire comp, like slight adjustments on the defaults and how the util is chained and all of that. Like, they just haven't changed much, to be very fair. They haven't changed how they play much coming into stage 1, which I think is totally fair given their schedule. So I think playoffs is where they will do that, as they started showing, right? They said even, in the very last match, they were like, against Talon, they were like, yeah, well, we wanted to get more reps in with the icebox. This was a good chance for us to really see if what we're thinking is working, things like that. That's what I expected. So I think playoffs is where they will turn that up to 11. Let's go with bottom. Let's go with the bottom first. So obviously I believe in Nongshim. I think 2-week break. You know it's either Talon or Genji. You know exactly what to expect. I think you can be prepped for this. Now Genji will have a week to recoup as well, by the way. So I guess maybe this is going to make it confusing for people, but basically Pacific's going to do these matches and these matches, the upper matches in the next week, and then we go to lower bracket. So the teams that drop down will have a week to recuperate, but again, I don't think Genji's going to change anything drastically in that week, so I think the prep that Nongshim does ahead of time still is valid. You know, I think it'd be scarier if Talon dropped down, but I think Genji is doable. It's tough, though, because the comps they play are actually pretty good against the kind of W gaming style, you know, the Nongshim spicy style. So this is not an easy match. None of these matches. I'm going to say that like 50 times this video. But I believe Nongshim can do it. I believe Nongshim can do it. And if they can, this is like to me the most important match. This is to me the most important match. DRX versus PaperX. I'm sorry, PaperX. I do not believe in the tracks. I think you've run out. The tariffs have hit. You're out of whatever materials you're using to build those, Sliggy. It's just not happening. I mean, Sliggy's just content farming you all. Don't fall into the trap. I like where PaperX is going with it, but DRX is literally built to play against this style, okay? It's gonna get derailed. It's gonna get derailed. I apologize. It's because here's the thing. Either of these teams I think is actually literally built to combat this, and it's full of players that have played against this. And like if DRX is playing non-double duelists, I think literally they are going to know exactly how to play against PaperX, who have gone back to more of their old stuff of just what they're good at individually. So I think DRX wins this one. Okay, so going into back to the upper bracket, which will happen in the first weekend, Boom versus Talon. Oh man, Boom versus Talon. Listen, I hate to tell you. But what did I say? Since the week before, I kept saying Boom, the scariest thing for Boom would be either T1 or Talon, right? I don't think the style of anti that Boom has been doing is going to be that valuable against either of those teams. And like even just from one match to the next match, I don't know if that really means much for you. I think we're sending Talon. I think this is literally one of the scariest possible outcomes that could have happened for Boom. And I think Talon's going to show up. Now, am I giving a bit of they're going to go on a run energy here for Talon? Yes, because they've never done this before. Like, I know what I'm doing. They've never been this consistent. But, no, but I think they've unlocked a level. I really do. The way they were playing against T1. Now I know I said that about GE week 1, and they're not even in the playoffs, so I could be wrong. But I think this is a scary aspect for Boom. I think this is just going to turn into a mud fest, in which case Talon wins, is what I'm saying. Right? I don't think you're going to be able to play with the same attitude and prep. I think that's where I'm at. Now, T1 versus RQ. Listen, I know people are going to say that there's a pattern here, but like, I don't think RQ is winning this rematch. I really don't. I mean, I really don't. Well, okay, this is assuming, right, if T1 beat DRX, that means they look better. Like, that my belief is true. Because if my belief of T1 looking, fresh with fresh ideas, if that didn't happen, they wouldn't beat DRX. But if that did happen, that's how they beat DRX, which would imply that I think, like, it's not like RRQ had the easiest game against T1. So I think T1 goes back. I think they're making it back to a Masters. This is a lot of faith in both T1 and Talon. It is. But hey, that's what power ratings are for, because that's my power rating about these teams. And I actually believe in this case that those power ratings actually mean quite a bit. So we have T1 going. Now this, I did not do this for the sake, but what did I always say? Nongshim always looks good against the Indonesian teams. So I think they're beating RQ. And also, we've already beaten RQ. Easy work. No big deal. I also, listen, I think Nongshim is going to be giga hungry for this one. RQ, the nightmares of VCT past will be haunting them as they get knocked down in a close match against T1 in the first week, and they'll come into the second weekend and it'll continue to loom over them on the stage, and then they'll have a bit of a breakdown. No, I don't think they'll have a breakdown. I mean, I think any Nongshim game is always going to be a 50-50 at this point, just because obviously they're kind of the underdogs in every single matchup. But to me, listen, I will say this. No matter who the opponent is, whether it's DRX T1, whether it's Nongshim or whoever, if RQ loses this match, I think they lose lower round 2. I really do. Is this reading into things? Yes, I am. But the way they played against Team Secret, that tells me that if you lose this match, you're not winning the lower round. I don't see you bouncing back from it. So it's not just because it's Nongshim. I think if RQ loses this one, they lose this one. So they need to win this one, in my opinion. Which obviously you're going to be very desperate to do so, because you only need to win one. Boom versus DRX. Ooh, this one I think we give to Boom. I do, actually. I didn't think about how this would pan out, but it would be a Boom DRX rematch. But I think Boom wins this because now first of all, because it's DRX, you're not expecting crazy changes within the bracket. We've already seen that they're going back to a more thorough all-around style. You will have had VODs to look at. And I actually think Boom wins this. If it's DRX, I think Boom wins this in the lower bracket. Yeah. Boom's so good. Honestly, this is more of a punt for Talon, right? It's not that I think Boom loses this. I think Talon just wins this. But yeah. But I think Boom is so good. And again, I think this is a very good setup because they'll have a week to prep for this anyway. So it's not like they have to get knocked down and play again and it is in some brackets. If that happened, maybe, it's a 50-50. But I actually think this one maybe is a bit of a 60-40 again. All right, and then it's Talon T1, Nongshim, Boom. Let's go with the upper final first. So they're both in Toronto. This is for seeding, etc. It's still a best of 3. I mean, if this is the matchup at this point, Talon, I don't think we keep going on a run. Also, I think Buzz will be so mad if this rematch I think Buzz will literally just explode on the stage. He'll just turn into a fireball. He will be so eager to play this match. So, yeah, and because here's the thing is that, yeah, it's not even that, Frost doesn't care about seeding or whatever, but I do agree that Talon, they'll pull out everything they need to, all the cards they need to make it to Toronto. After that, it's, reset anyway for them. So I'm going to go with T1 here. Nongshim, Boom. Listen, is Boom looking like the better team right now? Yes. But RQ was absolutely the better team against Team Secret. Sometimes the matches don't always favor the team that looks better. I'm just saying, right? That's not how Valorant works. That's just not how it works. They haven't lost yet. So Nongshim's going to Toronto over Boom, which, man, Boom not going to Toronto is kind of not great, though. Is there a way? I mean, if Boom wins this, then they would go on. Then they would go to Toronto. And if Talon dropped, I think DRX would actually win. Do I think Boom can beat Talon? Man. Because Boom not going to Toronto does feel very wrong. It does feel so wrong. Let's finish this bracket first, though. Talon versus Nongshim in a best of 5. Oh, this is... I'm just going to say it straight up. This is not a good BO5. This is not a clean BO5. This ain't a good BO5. I don't even know. I can't even necessarily confidently raise Nongshim's hand in this one. This one's a coin flipper. I want to say Talon probably favored with the current map pool. The current map pool is just not good for Nongshim. I think Nongshim struggles in a best of 5 in the current map pool no matter what. Man. Yeah, this is a weird one. This is weird. But if it's going to be... If I don't know what to pick, I got to pick Nongshim because Talon's not paying me. So I got to go with Nongshim. And then T1 wins. No matter who moves on, T1 would win if these were the final 3. In fact, if T1's in the grand finals, I think no matter who moves on, T1 wins the grand finals. So, what changes if Boom... Because this was a bit of a punt for Talon. So if I sent Boom, what happens here? So then Talon would move down here. I think I would favor GRX in that one, and then it would be Nongshim GRX. And yeah, that would be a very tough match for Nongshim. But regardless of Nongshim, just that one, I mean, I'm fine with. I'm fine with picking Nongshim there, right? Like, that's whatever, but... Boom Talon. Man. Because, see, it's not so much that I think Talon, like, is going to Toronto. I just think the bracket is kind of in their favor. Well, actually, quite frankly, I think whoever, Boom or RQ, I think Talon... Well, maybe not RQ. Boom. Talon, Boom, Talon. Boom or Talon? No, you know what? No, I really, chat, it's time for Talon to stop being inconsistent. It is time. No, I really think we saw an inkling of this, and I know I said this about GE, and it didn't pan out. But, like, I said it about FPX, and they weren't even in the playoffs. Like, I know, there's both of those teams. But I really think what we saw, like, the content and context of their game against T1, even though that doesn't change my power rating of T1, I really think it's like a, you know, like a 0.5 version, like a 1.5, 2.5 version of Talon. I really do. So I think Talon beats Boom. I just think this is a nightmare matchup for Boom. I really do. Now, the only thing would be if Talon underestimates Boom like they did with RQ. Then they would lose. But hopefully Frost learned his lesson after kind of underestimating RQ. And also hopefully the players learned their lesson of, like, we shouldn't just do whatever we want and look really silly and look like we don't understand Valorant. So... yeah, so we'll go with Talon. Yeah, but that doesn't change anything. Go all the way and just pick Nongshim. I just, in good conscience, Nongshim doesn't have a good best of 5 map pool. Like, listen, I gotta have some sort of sanity here. Let's be very honest. The map pool is not very good for Nongshim right now. I think a best of 3 is good, but a best of 5 is a rough position. But this one is literally, I think this would just turn into a mud fight. It would just be a firefight, and at that point, then I might as well pick Nongshim to win. But like, if it was Talon Nongshim, this might be the most exciting, but like the dirtiest best of 5 we've ever seen, probably. So, all right, chat. Yes, this makes it look like, I mean, this looks bad, right? This looks bad for the Indonesian teams. I feel bad because I think Boom really deserves to go. I think they do. They looked really good. Like, it was not a fluke at all. I just think this first matchup is rough. I just think it's really, really rough. I just think it's really, really rough. I think there is a high, like, I'm just going to say this I say this even as a Nongshim content creator. I think there is a higher chance that Boom wins this match versus Nongshim than this match against Talon, right? So, like, this I would just be like, I mean, it would suck because obviously I'm part of Nongshim, but this I would be more surprised about. This would mean more to me, like, of, like, really, really rating Boom ever higher. Like, I already rate them very high, but if they, well, maybe Talon, well, it could also just mean that Talon fumbles, but that would be Talon losing, not Boom winning. So, I just think this matchup is not good for Boom. That's where I stand on it. Sorry, Indonesian fans. Listen, it's not my fault RQ didn't look good against Team Secret. It's not my fault that RQ was rank 1 when they had to play Team Secret. None of that is on me. But all I gotta say is doesn't look like I was the problem, does it? All right, that's going to be it for this Pickems. It's a little crazy. All the more red teams are going to Toronto, so Pacific is no longer a blue region. It is a red region, and we are going to be sending it to Toronto. We'll see how this pans out over the next couple of weeks. If you would love to see how it pans out alongside me, whether you're on my side or you want to see if maybe just some freak chance that I'm wrong, then you can join our live watch parties both on YouTube and Twitch. So definitely join us there. And of course, if you are enjoying the videos that we're putting up, please follow the channel and subscribe to the channel rather, and leave a like and a comment down below. So let me know what you think. And that's going to be it for this one. I will see you guys next time. Have a good one. All right. Some freak chance, chat. No, legit though, I think this bracket sucks for RRQ and Boom. I really do. I think RRQ has a brutal bracket. I think, like, what I'm saying is for instance, I think RRQ has a tougher chance against CRST1 than Talon Gen G. Well, Gen G, who knows what happens there. But I also think RRQ has a tougher time against Nongshim than Paper X. I really do. So I think that's rough. And Boom too. Well, I mean, Boom, I guess it would have been either T1 or Talon. But if they were, yeah. But if it was like Talon DRX, I think I would put DRX above. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, biggest question marks for me, chat. This one. Just the starting two, quite frankly. Actually, not even the second one. I'm still pretty faithful about T1. This is the biggest question. Did you notice you've gone track by track for the other lowers team? No. Nongshim doesn't go track by track. Nongshim goes noodle by noodle, chat. We go noodle by noodle. Until the bowl is full. We go noodle by noodle. All right, chat. 1 noodle. 2 noodles. 3 noodles, and then we've got a full bowl of ramen. All right, pack by pack. Talon will choke. They have always choked on big stage. No, I just think they've unlocked something, though. I really do. I really think they've unlocked something. Oh, I forgot to brag about my Pickems. Damn, missed opportunity. I forgot to brag about my amazing Pickems chat, where I had Talon and Team Secret winning. The Talon one wasn't for the memes. Team Secret was half and half, I will admit. 50% memes, 50% believable. Although I didn't think Team Secret would actually change comps that much. What's the final score that I have so far? I don't know. Wow, I'm back up to Chat, I'm telling you, week 2 didn't even matter, chat. I bombed week 2 and I'm literally in the top. I'm in the top 3%. I'm amazing. Chat, this was just a handicap. Forget this, chat. You want to be looking at stuff like, you want to be looking at the big ones like this one, you know? What else did we have? What else were some crazy ones? I guess this might have been a little crazy for some people, but like this one, people were still doubting. You know, these two. Damn. No, listen, I know what I'm talking about, chat. You all laughed every time. You laughed at every one of these. Everybody laughed at this one. Plat chat thought it was insane. I was going back and watching it, and Sideshow thought I was the most insane person ever. You know, these people thought I was insane. No, you just don't know. You just don't know. The copium is real. I mean, admittedly, is there some hope? Am I hoping for Nongshim? Sure. I don't think it's an easy run. Just because it's a run doesn't mean I think it's easy and super likely. I think it's really tough. I think all of these teams are giga tough. Genji, RQ, Boom. Real tough, I think. Hold on, I have to redo this, I think. Did it submit? Okay, no, it did. All right, I thought I took too long. But here we go. What do you think? What do you think, chat? How many am I getting right? You stole a master spot from Boom. I mean, there's only 3, chat. There's only 3. If they can't win the first ones, then I can't help you there, you know, because Nongshim's going up from the lowers. If this spread goes through, this will be a generational sponsoring. If this spread goes through, oh no. If this spread goes through, I'm asking for a bonus. You chose wrong 9 times and 3 of them were Talon. Were they really? Well, this is kind of everybody, but I got everything wrong. Well, and then this was Nongshim. It's not so much that it was Talon now, was it? This one, yes. This one. That was, yeah. Could you check my final week of Pickems? What's up? Where? Give me a link. Give me a link. Someone else put up a link too. Froster put up a link. This is Froster Ops Pickems. All right, you have Boom going, you have Talon going, and then Boom go. Okay, I respect it. You have DRX. Okay, I respect it. Boom beating DRX. Yeah, I respect it. DRX winning the rematch. I respect that. Genji beating Nongshim. Can't really respect that. And then you have Paper Rex going on a run. I mean, you know what the funny thing is if any of you have Paper Rex beating or T1 dropping, well, I mean, I do think T1, if they drop, they really get activated. But this, they probably... No, what? Okay, this is what I was going to say. If you have Paper Rex beating T1, they definitely beat Talon. They definitely beat Talon, I think. I don't think they beat Genji, though, if Genji's making a lower bracket run. That is a lower bracket run versus lower bracket run matchup. This is the Sliggy effect. All right, this is Nano Fools. Yeah, the Indonesian team's going, which I think... And listen, I don't think anyone can fault you for that. Obviously, they're seed 1 from each group. RQ beats Boom? Really? I would rate Boom above RQ. I think if they meet, Boom wins. Really? But you do have Boom beating them in the best of 5, which, yeah, if you had to pick who wins BO3 or BO5, I guess BO5 would go to Boom from... Well, Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. So you have Gen G winning, at which point I think Boom does win. You know, Talon, you're just going by the pattern here. I'm not reading into this too much. The superstition is too strong. You do have T1 waking up here, and you think Gen G will beat T1. Wow. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, but if Gen G's making a run, I guess they beat DRX. That's not too crazy. Wait, why? What's happening on YouTube? Oh, because you can't put links in. Right. There's 3 types of people doing this pick'em. The normal, the Paper X Opium, and then there's Chobra. What? Why am I so alone on this? Chobra's the #1 RQ hater. No, I think I'm just now on the other side of things. I think I'm kind of like Seth with Team Secret now, where it's like, you're so close, and yet you still you still can't cross that one finish line. Like, what are we doing here? I think that's where I'm at. Hey, what's up, Big Time? I can't send the link, but check my Twitter for 100% Big Time. The way you said that. Okay, look at the last week. This is Nanofool's last week. Oh my goodness. Wow. You really knocked it out of the park. And then you still have Team Secret winning. That's actually messed up. That's actually messed up. Oh my goodness. End this Korean domination. It's so boring. Well, that's not on me. That's on Boom, Talon, and RQ and Paper X. And Boom and RQ are doing a good job so far. I wouldn't say it's really domination, especially if Talon's still going. I mean, listen, like, if it's not all 3 teams being Korean, I don't think you can really consider it a domination anymore. Especially given how the group stage went. I mean, brackets is like, unless we have like 2 years worth of brackets always ending up the same, I don't think brackets you can ever say is like a, wow, that's a domination. You have to take groups into account for sure. Let's look at big times. Let's look at big time Val here. Do you spell it with a, no, you spell it with a 1. Where's the 1? Is it on the first one or? You don't spell it with a 1. What? I thought you spelled it with a 1. Oh, it's Val 1. That's why. Pretty sure I've cooked here. Yeah, Talon winning. You think Boom's going to beat Talon? Really? Really? You think if Talon wins this, Boom still beats him? Damn. DRX beats T1? Okay. But then T1 loses to Paper X. What? How much Sliggy are we watching these days, Big Time? How much Sliggy are we watching? How much Sliggy are we watching? That is true. They do have to play back to back. You are right. You are correct. That is something I didn't take into consideration. It's the most Paper X thing in the world to run this. That is true. I mean, yeah, but dude, Sliggy's really poisoned the pool, chat. This is not great. RQ DRX, I could see that. If it's DRX, I could see RQ winning. Gen G over Nongshim. Dude, where's the faith, man? Where's the faith, man? Nongshim beat Fear X 2-0. Nice. On the league side, I assume. DRX beats Gen G. Believable. Boom beats RQ. Yeah, see, if it is this matchup, I choose Boom as well. But winning both this and the rematch, oof. We cooking a lot. Oh, big time. Sliggy's been selling. He's been saying that Paper X is going to go all the way, track by track, not just here, but all the way into Champions. He's really milking the. I mean, if you think about it, chat, isn't it? It's the most messed up thing. Sliggy's really changed, chat, because Paper X fans, they're like they're like the most in the most delusional state they have been, the most hysterical state they have ever been in this stage. And suddenly Sliggy shows up as if he's some knight in shining armor, and he's like, "Oh, trust me, they're coming back." And he's just feeding them drugs. It's messed up. It's messed up. Don't buy into the lies. Don't buy into the lies. Not gonna lie, Nongshim and Neon in all map is definitely not good. No, I think the map pool is not great for Nongshim, but they have 2 weeks. I think they can figure out enough to get through best of threes. I don't think they do very well in best of fives. I agree. Mind Freaky will rise again. Mind Freaky's not even in Korea. It's insane. Oh my gosh. The more you think about it, Sliggy really is, he's really selling something out here. It's like Sliggy wants to sign a Paper X. Liquid's doing well. What's he doing out here? Oh. Mind Freak's going to be back this week or next week. Yeah, I mean, I would assume he, just wanted some time at home, I think. Changed, I would say Sliggy has evolved. I guess that is a better way to put it. I feel like Nongshim will struggle against other Korean teams. Yeah, that is where they would. It's similar to Paper X in the past, right? Where the more traditional Korean teams is where they struggle against generally. But I would like to believe that their last couple of weeks was a very big learning experience, even against Zeta. I actually am kind of glad that they lost that map, because I think it very easily highlighted what you need to change for Nongshim to evolve. But obviously, I'm hoping that they change that. So. We should have known Sliggy changed when he called his girlfriend Chad. Oh my gosh. Sliggy saw what TMV did to Sen fans and is doing the same to Paper X. All these people getting content pilled, chat. Me, I'm out here, I'm fighting the world, right? And they're like, ooh, yeah. Oh, we got a little delusional fan base? Oh, let me feed you some cookies. Sliggy and TMV are they're baiting you, chat. They're baiting you. They are baiting you. Where are my Pickems? My Pickems are... Which is this mine? No, this is Froster's. Is this mine? This is mine. It is kind of funny that it ended up being whichever team had more red. That is actually... Well, except for this one, I guess, but... Oh my gosh. That is actually really funny that it ended up being whichever team had more red in their logo. And then it's all Omega teams, which I don't think is that crazy. Other than Boom, I actually think Omega is... That's so much T1 belief. It is. It is. But, to me, it's it's all or nothing. Either T1... shows up here, and if they do, they go all the way, or they just crash out. To me, it's one or the other, because the only reason I believe in this is because they've been kind of phoning it in terms of strats, in terms of just overall meta. Not that they haven't been trying, but they've really been relying on fundamentals and mid-rounding to get through the groups, and I expect the big changes to happen in playoffs. And that's what I thought would be happening. That's why I thought they would lose to Talon, etc., etc. But Chobra picked Nongshim out of the way and saying Sliggy lost the way. Yeah, but Sliggy doesn't get paid by Paper X, chat. I think there's a clear distinction here. I think there's a very big difference. There's a very, very big difference. Chat, I'm just saying. You all think I'm crazy. I'm not doing half bad. I'm really not. I'm doing pretty solid. I don't know if you guys... I don't know if my camera's covering it. I'm doing just fine. I'm in the top 2.5%. T1's potential... Yeah, also, I think T1... You got to consider this potential ceiling. But I think if they beat DRX, they go all the way. If they don't, then maybe they crash out. So... that could happen. Are you only picking Nongshim? No, I actually do believe in them, though. I mean, yeah, I would be a fan of theirs, too. Because, that's one of the reasons I wanted to join Nongshim was because I was a fan of the team. But But admittedly, I do think it's very tough for them. But like chat, I didn't change my upper bracket to like somehow favor Nongshim, you know what I mean? Like, well, we haven't done that. I didn't like go through and then rig it to make sure that Nongshim goes through. Like So, honestly though, like this part, chat, honestly, this part I actually feel pretty strongly about. And like this part maybe. But the lower bracket's just such a coin toss in Pacific. Literally, as soon as you drop down a lower bracket, like who knows who does what. T1 just banned. No, I don't even think they need to. I think they'll have I think they'll have enough prepped. Chat, why are you all surprised? Okay, here's a quick poll, chat. Are you more surprised about Nongshim or Talon? I'm curious, actually. Are you more surprised about Nongshim or Talon? I mean, maybe even T1. Oh my gosh. Talon, Nongshim, Talon, T1. Oh my gosh. Gen G. You're more surprised about Gen G dropping out? In fact, this might be the most rare 3 reps like combo now that I think about it. RRQ 농심이요. 근데 저는 진심으로 RRQ 분 만나면 농심이 또 이긴다고 믿습니다. 무조건. Yeah, stupid is rare. Chat. I'm just saying, chat. You can all laugh, but I'm just saying the stats speak for themselves. All right. Listen. The most biased pick I've seen to this date. Sliggy literally changed his upper bracket to make sure both Boom and Paperx go through, chat. This isn't even anywhere close to that. This isn't even anywhere close. It's all red teams. That was unintentional. It is kind of funny that it works out that way, though. We'll see. Honestly, though, I will say this, and this I think everyone can agree on. Most competitive playoff bracket we've had, like from top to bottom. And I think, therefore, most exciting playoff bracket we'll have. You know? Like, no offense, but there's no team secret that's just going to roll over, right, in the first round. You know? There isn't like another team that, you know, there's no RQ Gen G matchup in the first round. I think most exciting for sure. Who's the best coach in the entire scene right now? That's a tough one. Because I think there's a lot of rising coaches right now, but obviously we'd have to give them time to see, right? I mean, I think it would still, like, you'd still have to pick the ones that have the most consistency, which would have to be, like, a mix of, like, Josh RT, right? Kaplan. Well, I mean, Kaplan, obviously, Sentinels is very kind of up and down, but I still think you have to give credit where credit is due. Solo, Termi. I mean, I guess Muggle as well, to be honest. Then in EMEA, see, EMEA, I think, is kind of a rise of a lot of newer coaches. I guess New Zealand, it's so unfortunate because they just haven't won anything. But Neil should be in there for sure. Doombros for sure, but obviously right now he's on leave, so Doombros would be up there for sure. But I think Neil's a coach. See, like it'd be between, if it's Neil and Alex, like I think I would have to give Neil my flowers for sure. Well, Minnie's not coaching anymore, so otherwise Minnie, I would for a long time I think I would keep Minnie in the list. I mean maybe Kaplan kinda goes out here in comparison. No, but again, like Boom, for instance, like Rising coaches, right? Team Liquid coaching staff, Boom coaching staff, BBL coaching staff. I would say even like XLG coaching. Who else? America's I haven't been really keeping up with too much, but I mean, I would say even you know, Fnatic's current combo of coaching staff, like these would all be Rising, but like we don't really have the pedigree yet for these, right? So actually Frost Jovi would be like, yeah, literally Frost Jovi would be like right here. Like they just need to show me like one good thing and I would put them into this list. And obviously these all have like extra combos, right? Like this has glow and etc, etc, etc. So yeah, but I would say like these are teams where I'm like keeping an eye on the coaching staff, but they, you know, some of them are newer or some of them haven't really been in part of tier 1 much, right? So it's like we kind of have to wait and see, etc. Alex, I've always given a lot of props to. I still give a lot of props and respect to Alex, but it's kind of hard to put him on the same level just because I don't think it's more, I think Alex is a great leader. And I think also he wasn't really set up to really shine as a great coach after some time, no matter whose like fault that is, right? With like a actual coaching crew. So Alex is a little bit of a different situation, I think. But yeah, Boom, honestly, like, I'm so glad to see Fields doing so well alongside Six Fingers, because Fields was one that I thought, like, literally their first match against SPG at Ascension, Revenant's first match last year, I was like, oh, this coach knows exactly what he's doing. Like, he's watched all the VODs. It was really good. It was so well crafted. So I think I'm very happy to see that. No Potter. I love Potter, but I mean, we haven't seen the same consistency as some of these other teams, though, right? Granted, some of them obviously like had same rosters, etc. So I think Potter obviously not dealt the best hands, but Fields is my go. No, Fields is really good. Fields is really good. So Fields isn't as good as Big Time, but Fields is really good. Big Time's the GOAT, though, chat. Big Time's gonna watch out. Fields is gonna come for his job next year. If all these teams don't go to Masters, then the Chobra curse is real. And chat, the mental gymnastics that people are going through to make it sound like I was the problem with RQ is insane. Literally, I'm no longer an RQ guy. I vote Team Secret, and RQ still lost. I was not the problem, chat. That's all I'm going to say. All right? I just can't believe this. I just can't believe this slander. It's insane. It's crazy. It's crazy. What about the Wolves coach? Yeah, I think I'm just a bit of a Wolves hater. I think I just don't like I think it's kind of like current Gen G. I think I just don't like the Valorant they play, to be honest. I don't think I'm very fair to them, especially the coaching staff. I don't think I'm very fair to the coaching staff, and I don't think I'm very fair to CFAT BB. But it pained me to not suggest Bonkar. Yeah. So I think I will admit that I am probably not that fair to Wolves. I will admit that. Because if I'm going to give props to XLG, then I should probably give props to Wolves, right? So let's be honest, Chobra, if Envy wasn't there, well, yes and no. I mean, first of all, yeah, but Envy was there. And second of all, I would say the whole team showed up and they had good ideas and they changed their comps and it looked like it was actually practiced and whatnot. And I'm just going to say, I'm literally going to say, if RRQ truly wants to be a #1 team, they can't lose to that. They can't. Like, all the memes aside from Team Secret waking up to, you know, be the Giant Killers, they actually can't lose to that. You can't let that happen. You can't let that happen. Once is an accident, twice is wins, 3 times. Well, let's find out. Let's find out. All right. In terms of, for now, we can obviously, we're always chatting VCT, so we can keep talking about VCT stuff, but in terms of what's on screen, we are going to be switching to Last Epoch. So chat, let me just run some ads real quick while I switch things over. You know, if you're new to the channel, we try to run ads whenever we're not doing anything too important, so please bear with us. Get those going. And then let me change title and whatnot. I actually don't think I have to change titles on anything, but we got to change category, etc. Pickems done. All right. Last Epoch is the name of the game. Done there. YouTube, I think I have it all set. Yeah. Also, of course, if you haven't, definitely check out the command for the giveaway and join the giveaway for the Nongshin bundle. There's a good chance it can help you win in ranked games, although results may vary. I don't know if that can actually get me in trouble. I don't think it does. The recording is done. Yeah, the recording is done. We're chilling. Have you watched AOT? What's AOT? Attack on Titan? No. Do you want a Fnatic revival? Yes, actually. Yes, I do. I would be excited for that. They look good. I'm excited for that team. Boom is a good team, and I'm really rooting for them to win Pacific, but I don't think they're the best team in Pacific right now. Yeah, I think that's fair. I really am happy for Boom. Listen, chat, literally the only thing that makes me not 100% happy for Boom is because we are the other Ascension team. Literally, if that wasn't it, I'd be 100% happy for Boom. Like, straight up. Like, they look so good. The way they're playing is good. I like the way they're playing. It's been a long time coming for a lot of these players. The coaching staff is getting their flowers. Like, everything about this Boom story is so good. It really is. Have you done America? No. I think I did like week 1. I think EMEA and Americas I've done like week 1, and then I haven't. And then my China Pickems is just, it's done. It's dead in the water. Because of Wolves and XLG. I really want G2 versus Fnatic in Toronto, but in playoffs. Ooh. I mean, that'd be pretty hype. That'd be pretty hype. I just want Boom to qualify to an international. I mean, that would already be a huge accomplishment, though, right? Like, not just because they're an Ascension team. Any team, like, going to an international is a very big deal. Not many teams get to do that. Game is loading, chat. It always takes a little while to load. I think it's because I have it on my regular hard drive and I keep forgetting to swap it. I just want Foot to look good in international. I am kind of off the Foot train now because I've realized they still play the same. Like I've said before, I've realized that Foot is just a good team secret. They just haven't changed. Biased Chobra wasn't in my 2025 bingo card. What? I was biased all along. I was biased for RRQ all along. EDG or BLG? Surely EDG. Surely, chat. Surely, surely, surely. Let's get some music going again, shall we? Today, I think we're feeling some. Oh my gosh, it's already 9 p.m. We are gonna watch the first EMEA match today, by the way. So we only have 3 hours. We're feeling some lo-fi and chill beats provided by Artlist. No, I am not sponsored by them. In fact, I pay for my subscription. Tenth time is the charm for Billy Billy. Wow. Stop fighting and get on the Paper X train. It's departing for Toronto. Chad, it's departing for Toronto, but is it arriving in Toronto? It might be departing for Toronto. That's all fine and well, but is it arriving there? I'm not exactly convinced. Not exactly convinced that it's going to get there, chat. And I say this as the guy who... listen, I think there's a chance. That's why I predicted that they would be top seed as the hot take, but it's a long shot. It is a very, very long shot. All right, let's get all of our windows in order. Let me close Epic Pen because sometimes that has some problems. What team were you glazing last year? RRQ, and they are better than ever. They're the best they've ever been. Why is this so soft? Okay, there we go. Chat, I figured out the end game for this game, by the way. I changed my build too, and it feels a little bit better. There's still the same qualms are still there, but I don't really understand how this works, so I think it's just different tiered maps. Like I did, like if we go here, I think basically you have like different levels of endgame maps. But I don't really understand how it fully works. Paradox, did you check my Pickem? My Pickem is crazy. No, I haven't. Do you have it on Discord? Is the new song HUD working? Good. It's the best I can do. So like, these are endgame maps but they're level 50. No, that's not it. And then you get like quest echoes, and that unlocks stuff. So I think how this works is, so because I did all 3 quests, it unlocked this level 62 one, and then if I do all the quests again, I assume it unlocks the level 66 one, and then you can like put in these buffs to, that's what you can target farm at this level, and then these are all like different levels. I think that's how it works. I don't really know. It feels slightly unnecessarily convoluted, but we'll just go to the new area for now. For America's, I have G2 winning, MIBR runner-up, and NRG third. NRG third! In G2 and MIBR, I'm excited for both of those teams for sure. Do those layers amplify the endgame difficulty? What do you mean by layers? You mean these? Well, so this is the level of the zone. So I was in the level 58 zone. Now we're in the level 62 zone. This is level 66. So like all the maps, we would so call them, right, in this zone are level 62. These are all level 62. Time to start Minecraft World number 2348, only to abandon it when I can't find a village. I've never been able to get into Minecraft. Should I give it another shot, chat? Do I want rare rings? Do I want glyphs? Glyphs sound good. Glyphs are great. I I don't know if there's a map penalty. Probably a little bit. But I guess I just have to get through it. I'm like, I'm over leveled, I think, at this point, because I was just farming away in the first, because I didn't know that's how it worked in the first monolith, as they're called in this game. Yeah, I really should change this to my SSD. I don't know what this is doing on my old hard drive. He is just a content creator on Team Liquid. Oh, I'm not that over leveled. I also changed my build, so I don't throw shields anymore. I just can't get away from, I guess, the same style of builds I like to do. Because remember my Chronomancer on Path of Exile 2? Well, it's back. We're just gonna go in and explode. And then I changed my passive tree a little bit to accommodate. So now I have two-handed weapon, just so it's bigger single booms, because it's not about attack speed. And then I'm still using forged weapons because those take on the weapon stats, but I don't know if that's the best way to play it. Oh yeah, anybody already tried the Morrowind? No, Oblivion remaster? How is it? Slay enemies to locate the ice gate. Okay, so we just gotta kill everything on the way. Yeah, anything that doesn't die, we just auto-attack a little bit, and then it's good to go. Ooh. Is that a set up weapon? No, this is one that we can try to chance. So those we'll put over here. Paper X rolls are now mostly assorted. Oh, I think so. I think so. So what got buffed? Oh, this got legendary potential? The items will combine into these items enhanced. I don't know what got enhanced. Oh shoot. That actually hurt. Get the health potions. Sliggy wanted... That's true. Sliggy always wanted to coach Paper X. Maybe that's why. So I don't know, like, if I should be doing these tunes when they show up randomly. I'm gonna go finish the map first, and then... because I don't know how the progression works in this game. I gotta get faster channeling for this. That's the only thing. How many enemies do we have to kill here? Oh. I think this might be it. Oh, I'm gonna... yeah, I also have to sort out my mana for this build. That is a bit of a problem. Like, run out all the time. Ooh, that's a big relic. Apparently it's a good relic, but not one that I need, so we're just gonna store that. All this cold damage. I think it's quite good. Speaking of the Oblivion remaster, I didn't play the original, but it looks good, runs well, still has some of the old clunkiness. They used the old Game Boy engine and slapped Unreal on top of it. Huh. Interesting. Guess we'll try this, see what happens. Sliggy did say he's glad he's out of the coaching. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that, like... that's what most people I've talked to that were ex-coaches say, where they're like, Like, obviously, I liked coaching, but it's, like, so stressful that I would probably never want to go back to it. And I'm like, oh, wow. I mean, yeah, it makes sense. Stop it. Stop being annoying.
Stand down or die.
So I will say, now that I've figured out kind of like... I figured out where I want to go with my build and stuff. What the... Where did that belt go? Oh, here it is. So I kind of tweaked my filter, and I've tweaked my build a little bit. The end game is more fun, because now I like... So this is where the target farming comes into this game. So I tweaked it a little bit overnight, and I'm like, okay, now I get it. I get why people are saying they really like the end game. There is still some level of RNG, so it's not as bad as I thought it was before. I actually think I want to use this, no? Still, like, the non-weightiness is a little bit of a question mark, but 30% increased spell damage. Oh. Increase... I wonder what actually gives me more damage. Oh, just the flat fire damage is, like, way higher. This one's pretty good, though. The sealed affix. 32% increased elemental crit chance. And the fire aura is pretty nice, too. But I guess, we'll try without the aura. I actually don't know what the aura did. I assume it just did AoE damage around me. BBL versus Foot? I'm on the BBL train. If you were a part of a team, what role would you be coach as? Coach or analyst? I think I would want to try both if I were to do it. Well, I think I have... But I probably coach just because I think, as much as I enjoy analysis, there's probably still other people that are like way better at that, right? Where I would be like, nope, there's definitely... Oh, wow, that's a big one. Hold on, that's a red item. Why was it red? It's a unique, but it's got something crazy going on. Why does it... Row 11. All you need... Oh, the legendary potential. Okay, that's... So apparently that we can, like, craft a lot with. Not that we use wands, but I guess I'll keep it. I don't know how legendary potential works. I don't know how the unique crafting works in this game. So the interesting thing about this game, not to get derailed a little bit, but I think what it does kind of differently is because of the deterministic crafting, like your end game, you want to be decked out in uniques, and then you like buff them with exalted items to get more like catered affixes. That makes sense. It takes a little getting used to, but wow, we got two of the same crazy sword. Okay, that we will save. Chance to bleed. No. All this throwing damage all of a sudden. I'm not doing a throwing build anymore. But yeah, so going back to the coaching discussion, I think coach, I think, is something where I am more confident that I have things to offer that I don't think are easily replaceable. Whereas analyst, I think, you know, I am confident in my work, but I think that's more replaceable, if that makes sense. Sorry, what does this do again? Enchant a class-specific idol. Right. Oh, bring back... Here. I don't have any, though. I guess only the big ones are class-specific, huh? Like, would this work? No. So we can't use it. So I guess, oh, that allows me to basically enchant my idols. That makes sense, actually. I want Arky to qual so bad. Need Crazy Guy to beat all the allegations. I mean, I think Crazy Guy's already beaten his allegations. That sends me back to the beginning of the monolith. That's a little annoying. Wait, where's my... Oh, I can't go there, I don't think. Where's my reward for completing it? What the heck? Oh. I think I'm getting robbed here. Do things feel a lot smoother overall? You mean from before to now, or you mean compared to like PoE? Put that in. That thing's pretty dope. This one's got legendary potential, so we keep this one. $200 less space. Okay, so we don't really want to be doing anything with that. I think so. What I can do is I can, but it needs to be, see, this is where I don't know, because the websites make it sound like these I can't actually get the unique I want. I think those aren't craftable. That's a good unique for void damage though. From before to now, it's a little bit better. I think it's a little bit better. I think it doesn't explain it very well though. Like, it really is about target farming and target crafting. There's still some RNG involved, but like that's, so it is a lot more zoom target farm. Once you have like all the filters, etc., to make sure you don't get distracted by other things, I think it feels a lot better, but obviously it doesn't do a great job of explaining that. So I don't know if it's actually necessarily, I actually think in some ways PoE does a better job of telling you like how to view the game, not how to play the game. This game has a lot of things that tell you how you should be playing it, but they don't actually teach you, if that makes sense. Like, they guide you towards the end goal of how you should be playing it, but... let's use that one. Nice, that was a big success. So it's like this whole disenchanting process, like how you should use which rune for what. You should be doing this like non-stop, and you can do this while you're in the map, so that's how you're able to kind of get what you want and not have to leave. Nice, big win. So health on kill, I actually don't know if I want that. So I think what you also, so I think the end goal is like you can, there's some way to craft with uniques and make them red. So you can like infuse these purples, the exalts, into uniques. I don't know where and how you do it. Yeah, so you need one with like legendary potential basically. And then you can put in like the exalted affix basically, the tier 6 or 7. So that's where the quote-unquote RNG comes in from. So, like, if I wanted health on kill. So I guess I'm only keeping the ones that I think I would want. Don't know really how that works, though. So I don't know what I do with... But, so here's the thing. What do I do with uniques that I already had? Like, you can't craft with these. They have Weaver's Will. Special mechanic on certain representing the amount of total FX tiers a unique item will gain at a maximum will turn to a legendary item. Oh, you have to use... Right. You use them. Okay. Yeah, so that is interesting. But what about the ones that don't do anything? Am I just selling them? Can I break these? No. So you just have to sell them. I guess. I think. See, I'm not quite sure. So I think you can do this with this. Let's try this just so I understand. Oh, okay. So it used up 6 of them and added a bunch of these. Okay, I see. Interesting. Okay. But you can't change them anyway. Interesting. Interesting. I do wish we see more of the Viet scene in esports. Yeah. I mean, it seems like there's a huge Valorant player base, no? I think I still run on a minus on the shattering runes, but I guess we'll learn as we go. I think my build just feels better too. So overall, it's pretty fun. Yeah, but I think the endgame isn't... It's not very straightforward. I actually think PoE is much more straightforward in terms of endgame. It's just the actual build that's not very straightforward. I guess you can always go for these piles of gold type deal. I really gotta... Now I really do have to move it because we have to load a new map every time. I really have to change it. Slay enemies to locate the sun gate. This time it's the sun gate? Dude, these gates have to figure out their own problems. %, critical strike chance. I don't know how I'm gonna fix this mana issue. I just need like way more regen. I gotta maybe look up some unique armors or jewelry that just gives me some kind of crazy like mana regen type deal. Yeah, the maps are a lot quicker, that's for sure, right? You just get your objective done and then you're good to go. Wait, this was the ruby ring? Okay, that I want a chance for sure. Wait, do I wanna... Well, it costs 21. But does it just cost everything I have? Should I be crafting on it first? Let's see. Let's see if that is the case. Because once it's unique, you can't craft on it anymore. I think that's why. It just can't. Yeah, because it will turn it into... Okay, so it's got damage over time, endurance, physical resistance. Do we have... We got crit chance, elemental damage, fire... Well, I guess if it turns into a unique, it just turns into a unique. Let's actually see. Dot, endurance, physical resistance. Yeah, it just changes it to something else. Oh, it changed to a set item. With shock. Gross. Wait, this has mana regen. But it has throwing damage. But that has throwing damage. And that's all minion stuff. Let's actually... 4046. Okay, nice. Yeah, that gives us good mana regen. If only we saw your mana. Oh, yeah, you can't see my mana. Yeah, I just explode. Yeah, new friends, have you run into that bug? Apparently some people had a bug where they couldn't like get the quest complete for maps. So I actually didn't play any today. I had a little bit of time and I was like, oh, I guess I'm not playing it. I think once I feel good with my hunter on PoE, I think I'm going to try a hardcore Kitava, probably on stream after Expedition 33. Achievement, critical strike, avoidance. Nice. Got what we wanted. We'll just shatter that. Shatter that. I should trust my filter and just not think about shattering. Let's just do it.
Take care.
What's up, Exco? This goes into here. See, I don't know what the timeline stability does because they're unstable. Stabilized by completing objectives inside the echoes. Echoes further away entry are more unstable. So that's just but what happens once I'm done with it? I guess we'll find out. I know I keep saying that, but so question for PoE, how does standard work exactly? Like, do they get league mechanics only after a league is finished and they get all of them just stacking up? It gets added on. It gets added on after the league is finished. So this is a rare case because it's early access where it has the same league mechanics right away. Normally that would not happen. So normally if you wanted to play the new mechanics, the only way to do so would be to start the new league. And then it just keeps stacking up. So it has like everything. But like some of them obviously just get added onto the base game anyway for even the new leagues, so that part doesn't change too much. But and all your new characters get sent to standard anyway, so we should probably try a dungeon today too, huh? Wait. Ooh. No, so I don't think I can get the mace I want. Unfortunate. Wasted all my runes. Lightning damage.
You can't run from us.
Make a balanced stat sheet for an ARPG mob?
Stand down.
Wait, what does that mean? Oh, shoot. That thing hurts. Whoa, what is this? Oh, that's what I need to explodey. But I need to, like, kill everything around me first, I think. There we go. Easy peasy. No, we don't care about those, quite frankly. Hi. Okay, these are things where we gotta uniqueify. Whoa, Sentinel large idol, 100% of shield. Dude, as soon as I get off of the throwing stuff, what the heck is this? Oh, man. Yeah, if you play standard, you'll always lack it. Yeah, if you're playing SA, and then obviously the trade economy will be very borked, but, you know, that's, if you're playing SSF, that part doesn't matter. Wow, almost died. Wasn't watching my health. Wait, what did I just pick up? Was it this? Oh, the ring. The ruby ring. Ooh, this is a good one. Okay. When's the last time you played League? Very, very long time ago. I don't know if I played it all last year. So maybe 2 years? We did level up. What do I want here? We got the attunement. Yeah, I guess we'll get the extra crit chance. Ooh, since we have a Sentinel stuff, let's go in. Design a mob that... Oh, I see. Would they know how to make it the right level? I don't... Maybe, if they've, like... If it's someone who's done any type of designing, right? I think it should be manageable. Why am I doing this? I can just get rid of these right now. I gotta just trust. These will keep. Exalts we should always keep anyway. Speaking of exalts. Minion damage? No, we don't want that. How do stashes work then post-league? That... Well, what do you mean? What do you mean post-league? Because standard just, like, wouldn't have a league structure. Yeah, it should just... Yeah, if that's your question, it should just get sent over to standard. Okay, we're starting to get, like, better idols, so I have to keep my eye out for upgrades, I think. Oh, actually, that's a good question. Yeah, I don't know what happens. I think what happens is they create like a remove only stash in the beginning of the new stuff, or like when you first log in, and then you can remove them to organize, but you can't add more stuff to it. Because that's what happens when there was like another scenario where that would happen, like a remove only stash would appear or tab would appear. Oh, when you like do the races and stuff, a remove only tab, those characters get sent to standard, but a remove only tab is sent with them. Holy, can be replaced with a unique item that lacks both legendary potential and reaver's will. What? Wait, what? Wait, that's a unique shield. That's cool. Oh, if I replace. Oh, I see. Let's empower.
I cannot do that.
Easy peasy. For those of you, Ghosts of Yote, the release date is October 2nd. Yeah, all right. Anybody looking forward to Ghosts of Yote, the sequel to Ghosts of Tsushima? October. I haven't played the first one. I probably never will. It's too much actual slashing away for my liking, but okay, why are these idols all blue? They don't seem that good, do they? These are all like poison and spell damage. Oh, I think it's because I have mage stuff on there. Yeah, I think that's why. Four days before your birthday. Happy birthday ahead of time. No, everybody go away. I explode for like a lot of damage. It's kind of nice, yeah? Okay, fire pen. Okay, we gotta figure out. Oh, dude, all these throwing damage stuff. Chobra, I just get to know that PoE2 is on my FRD account, which I have, but I can't. Wait, what? Oh, your friend's account. Just try it. Okay, so this one has critical strike and physical damage over time, which I think... Oh, it doesn't get converted because that's not full fire. But we'll still enchant it, see what we get. Increased healing effectiveness and health. We'll take it. Okay, let's see. This one we're not going to use. Potion health converted ward. No. Chance to ignite fire pen. Okay, maybe. Increased healing effectiveness. Maybe. Ward when hit. Ward decay. Maybe. Necro. Critter strike avoidance. Maybe, though. 3 mana. Maybe. Fire pen. Minion fire pen. Lightning damage. Minion lightning damage. Okay. Wait, did this just get bigger because I enchanted it? That's crazy. Okay, that we don't... Well, the second part is actually pretty good, but... So is there any that I would want to replace? Anything that's like, well, what is this doing here? Yeah, like chance to bleed... Chance to shock. Okay, everything else we're kind of okay with. %15% chance to ignite, so that's way more. I lose out some elemental resistance. For the most part, I'm okay with that. Just like throws it on the ground. Let's go with the extra mana for now. Confirm. Buy another one. Let's start. Other idols. We will make it idols. Oh, shoot. Those go in there. Oops. So I had to do it manually. Okay. Chobra didn't wish me 6 months in advance. He hates... Exco, when's your birthday? What month? How much longer do you think a laptop with a borderline melted GPU and CPU will last? 6 months. I'm not an expert, though. Oh, this one's pretty good, actually. 18% increased move speed, ward decay, more move speed, necrotic resistance. It's got 150 armor. And I zoom a lot more. Okay, I gotta have... yeah, one more tab here. I have these chance bases. We're gonna have them green because that's what we're using for our thing. Yeah, let's give it a little rune. Chat, give me 1 second. I need mine to last at least 2 years. That's crazy. Chat, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Be right back. All right, I'm back. You're back. I'm back. Welcome back. Oh boy. Let's see. Shatter this. Am I shattering this? Yeah, I think I'm okay with shattering it. Chat, while we're here, let's do some crafting. So you all see like what I'm talking about. So like for instance, I got this thing. I forget where it dropped. But this dropped. And it gives me +3 to my main skill, my main explosion skill. So that's huge. It gives me extra melee damage, and that's melee, so that's good. Increased mana, endurance, fire resistance. So basically, this is amazing. So basically, I guess what the endgame loop in this game is, I was like watching mostly Rax's videos. Rax is one ARPG content creator. But basically, the end loop in Last Epoch, whether you trade or whether you play COF, is find exalts with good exalted affixes, the purple ones. You would want tier 7s though, because that's the highest tier, but obviously this is tier 6 for now. So I guess this one I wouldn't ever actually slam, but basically you slam them onto a unique, so the unique like gains those purple affixes. So that's like the endgame loop. So that's how you make like your own basically custom like uniques. But if there isn't like a good unique base, then obviously you can just live with the purple, and then you can like seal them and then go from there. But so that's interesting. Isn't this the game that Elon Musk said he was top on? No, that's Path of Exile. Very similar, NXN. But this one, I guess I could just craft up. So, but basically, I think what it is you want to, and then the more legendary potential they have, right? This has 1 legendary potential if you look at this body armor. That's how many purple affixes they can get. So you want like 4 is the end goal. But this one is only a tier 6 and not a tier 7. So I guess I would just craft this up and use it, and then until I get like a tier 7 that I slam onto something else. So I don't have any mana. Do I want endurance? I actually don't think I really care about crafting that. What about this hammer? What can we craft? We can craft up the physical damage, reduced bonus damage taken from critical strikes, health on kill. Maybe I change this? Damage over time? Maybe I change that? Too many words used, need a spreadsheet. And then this allows me to not use forging potential, so I can maybe forge more. But it used it anyway because it's only a 25% chance, so now I really can't forge anything. So that stinks. This one I got from the faction shop. Oh, let's try this one. Okay, so I can change the... Well, okay, first of all, let's slam a discovery. Well, actually, can I just get something good on it that I want, actually? Added health regeneration, block chance. Critical strike avoidance could be good. Or what resistances am I missing, really? Void or lightning? Do I have void? I have void. Okay. So this, I don't really have throwing damage. I'm not really using throwing skills anymore. Eventually I will. Will I? I don't have space for throwing damage. Wait, what the heck? Apparently I will not. Oh, I think I might be swapping this out later. I'm not quite sure. I can't remember, but... So let's change this to chaos, which changes it to something that can... a different one. So I got attunement, which isn't bad, because that gives me mana, yeah? Yeah. I mean, it's not great, but... you know. Okay, these aren't really giving me... What? Oh my gosh. Nova Drift? What kind of game is Nova Drift? Online play What? The servers are down? We were just getting into the swing of things. What's going on? Are they doing like a... apparently they do this a lot where they just don't announce it and they do like server resets. No, I'm not seeing anything. Maybe it was announced in chat and I just missed it. Forum. No. Wow, this forum page is not good. What? How would I even know if the servers are online or off? Oh, server side hotfix. That was 15 hours ago. What the heck? Patch notes. No. Man, it's not even when it was posted? What the heck? I'm confused. No, I think they usually do put it in chat, but like I guess I missed it. Yo, Lego Batman Robin with a YouTube membership. Thank you. Thanks for joining. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for the support. Appreciate it. Well, this will just exit the game. How do I... why can't I even go back to the main menu? Oh, yeah. No, I know about the Monster Hunter event. I gotta do that, too. But... no, I saw some things in the chat when I was closing the game about, like, oh, maintenance. But... I just hadn't... seen anything about it. I mean, this is just people complaining. This doesn't really help me here. Servers down. there any way to... Oh, I guess we're all confused. I don't know. Was that Yeah, I don't know if I've ever played it. Anomaly? Are you going to play Oblivion Remastered? Maybe. I'm in no rush to play it. I never played the original, so... Apparently there were announcements on the side, or at least it's showing up when the game quits itself. If you watch... Oh, it's like right behind my camera. Never mind, now it's not there. Sadly, it doesn't seem like they posted anything about it. It shouldn't be that. Yeah, okay, so it's not just me. But I assume if that's the case, it was just meant to be like a quick restart, like a realm restart type thing. What's the point of doing Pickems? No one's going to win it all. I mean, you know, we try to at least let some people know and learn. Well, I guess we just... This is unfortunate. I was just starting to enjoy the game. I guess there's no real... I guess I can technically play offline if I'm just going to play Circle of Fortune anyway. Let's do GeoGuessr till then. Oh, you know what? That's a good idea. Let's play a round of GeoGuessr. Let's play today's GeoGuessr and see if the servers are back. Clicking on this technology, you can check the status of the server. They seem to be very active on like the community though, so it seems a little weird that they wouldn't have... Oh, this is like an official subreddit, that they wouldn't have a thing. I believe this was from the Steam side of things. What the... There's offline, yeah. So if you're playing solo, I guess you can just play offline. Hey Chobra, you're my favorite caster on the APEC broadcast. I'm kind of glad you left so you could watch the games, watching them from fridge at work right now. Right on. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lego Batman and Robin. Lego Batman Robin, I guess, actually. I guess you're more Robin than Batman. Anyway, thank you. Yeah, we're aiming to have one membership video per month as well, so hopefully you'll enjoy the next one. Yeah, I guess in the future you can... I wonder if you can make them offline. Like, port them offline. I guess, yeah, for Circle of Fortune, you can always just go offline and play it offline. But you know what? Let's just do GeoGuessr and see if it comes back. Today's GeoGuessr is in... excuse me? Dude, I guarantee you this is cutting into my timer. See, nope, we have to end at like 30 seconds. It's a lie. Where the heck? Dude, what? This is such an interesting looking place. Is that a flag? What flag is that? Very bare bones. Oh, a street sign. Okay. Any guesses? Somewhere in the Middle East-ish. My camera's covering stuff? Well, deal with it. Oh, there was a flag. Chat, which flag is this? I actually have no idea. I don't know if I've ever... With the red. Palestine? Qatar, UAE. We got like 5 countries. Where are we going? Where are we going, chat? UAE. Yeah? No, I don't think it's UAE though, is it? Oh shoot, we don't have time. We just... Oh, well, it was UAE. Wow. See, it always does that. The first one, because it loads, it wrecks my timer. Damn. Classic 0 points for the first round. Dude, it's so broken, man. They should really not do it like that. They shouldn't count the loading time. That's just not fair. Zona. What language is this? No idea. Yeah, today's is hard for me. None of these are giving me an inkling. Oh, do we gotta... Dude, get out of the way, car. No website. Huh. And I see chat's quiet too. We're all in the same boat, huh? .cz. Where is CZ? What's CZ? Is it Czech? Is it the Czech Republic? Huh. Prague? I don't think it's Prague, though. It doesn't feel like Prague. Let's go somewhere in the center. Literally in the heart of Prague. Okay. Moauto. Vidrios Auto Wow, I don't know how to pronounce that word. Americana. That's not America. What does that say? Oh, .com. That doesn't help me. Not sure if that's a phone number or something. Oh, no. Thailand, final guess. Hermosa. Is that an actual flag? Wait, there's like a tank. What the heck? This feels like somewhere in South America. Wait, we've seen this flag before. Which flag was this? Which one was it, chat? Haven't we seen this before? No. Wait, is this the Argentina? No, Argentina is the other one, right? The tank? I mean, I don't think the tank's really gonna show us much. Warcraft! The Warcraft movie's coming out, chat. Uh-oh. Guatemala, that's what it was. That's what it was. It was Guatemala. It was Guatemala. That's what it was. Yes. I don't know. We're running out of time. Not bad though. Yeah. No, it was Guatemala. Okay, Guatemala. I gotta remember. Guatemala. I mean, the first round we got wrecked. Dude, what the heck? What the heck? Can I just go to a different server? Is that something I can do in this game? They posted on their Facebook page. What? That's not a real thing. Online servers are currently... Oh, that doesn't help me. What? Like, what's the point of posting this? Server announcements. Yeah, there was an announcement. We just missed it, but it wasn't very big. Odd that they just don't have a... That there's just like no communication about it. There was a countdown saying 10 minutes. But if it's planned, then they had to have known. Also, the fact that it's a chat announcement is a little bit weird. Yeah, I don't know. This is... It's odd. Depends what is... Oh, no, that was about the map. Have a good one, No Void. It really... Like, if it, especially if it was planned. Like, this shouldn't... It shouldn't be this hard to find this, yeah? The news was on their social media. So I don't want to have to go to Facebook. It's off for 2 hours. No, that post is 13 hours old. Well... No, this is from earlier today, though. Earlier today, which required players to be kicked, just happened at the same time as Steam maintenance making it difficult to get back. Servers begin in order to accommodate for the load and allow player. We have turned off the parties. No, that's from what? People just post stuff as if they're smart. Like, that has nothing to do with this. This does seem very odd. Seems like you should probably not do this. I feel like it should be pretty quick though if they don't have an announcement. I feel like it's meant to be like a server reboot type of hotfix type patch, but... I guess we'll just chill and wait. It's a little annoying. Should we just try and yeah, we should just be playing offline if we're going to play Circle of Fortune, then for sure. There's no point, right, in playing online if I'm not going to trade. I guess unless you want to chat, but... Or I guess you could want to play party while Circle of Fortune, but obviously I'm not doing that. Why don't you play Monster Hunter? We'll be going back to it every now and then. If you're asking why don't I play Monster Hunter right now, for one, I have to rewire my cables to hook up the PS5 to the capture card. So it's a bit of a hassle. That's like the biggest thing. And if the servers come back like in 10 minutes, then I would want to keep playing this for today. I do think it's funny that there's a pop-up that literally says check news and there's just no news. Well, okay, people are also getting unreasonably angry. No, because we were playing Xenoblade Chronicles. So that was hooked up to the Switch. Anybody got anything? Nope, everybody's just memeing. Oh, but if I start a new offline, then I won't have... That is kind of silly. I really should have just played offline. Will you be streaming the EMEA games today? The first one. Give me my game. Characters are offline. Yeah. That way you don't, carry over the items. Apex needs your support. Apex also needs to stop playing matches at 5 a.m. KST. Or 4 a.m. KST. Have you played Black Myth Wukong yet? No, actually. There's just all these new threads. Let's talk builds. Ooh, someone using their time wisely. Let's talk builds. For how long will it be down? Do you know? Maybe in the off season. No, I would want to try it. It's just it was never like in the forefront. But yeah, it's a game that I would definitely consider buying on a sale and trying. Is Assassin's Creed Shadows any good? I have no idea. Anybody played? That is out now, right? Because I know that one was like delayed several times, but. Oh yeah, that's the other thing about this game that it does do well, is you can re-roll ascendancies, which I guess PoE 1 you can do that as well, I think, but so you don't have to create a whole new character if you just want to kind of switch and try a new one. Bum bum bum. Can we please have this back? What? Microtransactions. Make mastery a permanent choice again. Ooh. Wait, what? This is like such a weird... Dude, forums are such a weird place. Forums are... Dude, people are so weird on forums. Like, I miss forums, but official game forums are there's something. You can do that in PoE 2 now. Oh yeah, they added it in PoE 2 as well. I forgot. Yeah. In-game version shows 1.2.0.3, so there's another client patch baking. I also love how people are like, I heard 10 a.m. PST, and it's like, you want to give a source on that, or you're like the only guy that's saying it? Like, feels like it should be a hotfix though. I assume they were gonna deploy it and then post the patch notes or something. It's just like I just don't know. Like what do you mean you heard you heard? Like, what does that even mean? Wait, what does that say at the top? I just want to know if it says like shortly or not. Also, isn't it kind of weird that we can even get to the... It says shortly. We can do guess the game while we wait. What the... Seems like a bit of a oldie. It seems too bright for Dead Space, though. Wait. Maybe it's Dead Space 1. Oh, Prey? No, but it's so space station-y for Prey, no? Metacritic score 76. That's actually not that high. Prey? Which Prey, though? The old one? PC and Xbox One. Whiskey. Is that the new Prey then? This kind of looks like the new Prey, actually. That's true. What year is Xbox One? Nope. Adventure. Wait. Is this that game? I've never played it. Is it that game? Can't remember any part of the name. Guess the house and guess the low. Guess the house? What the? This one doesn't help me. I feel like this is probably very iconic if you've played it. Original release 2017. Oh, is this that? The... Oh, Tacoma. You're right, Tacoma. I was thinking it might have been... What's the Moon game? We didn't do it yesterday, right? Oh, we have like 4 days that we can play. Let's freaking go. 1071. What is this? Undertale? I've never played Undertale. Is it Undertale? No. What the heck? The only game I've ever seen pictures of that feels like this. Oh, Deltarune? The other one? PC, PS4 and Xbox One? Wait. I've seen that guy before. You never heard of Tacoma? Tacoma was on the front page of like one of the last Game Informer magazines I got. I was thinking of, yeah, Fly Me to the Moon or something like that. Yeah, that game. I never played it, but I've watched a little bit of it. Hey. What? Dude, what? The water... What? I have no clue. Original release 2018. I'm at a loss here. Minute? Is that the game name? What in the world is Minute? Wait, how do you know? NXN, what are you just a game extraordinaire? 60 seconds at a time. That's very interesting. It's a Devolver game. I do like Devolver published games. Oh gosh, what is this? Oh boy. I mean, Skyrim. Good starting guess. This is just more of the same temple. 92%. That's really high, isn't it, for Metacritic? Is it a Zelda game? No, it seems too detailed to be a Zelda game. Dragon, you gotta guess which Dragon Age though. Kind of feels like a Zelda game. No, it feels too modern. Like the stuff feels too modern. GameCube. What the hell? Eternal Darkness? Wait, what? That's this. I have no idea. What? Dude, I don't know any of these games. What the heck? Oh gosh. Yeah, I don't think the server's coming back. Five Nights at Freddy's. Wait, what? There's no way. Oh, you can't type it like that. There's no way this is actually... Yeah. What the heck? Not rated on Metacritic. Oh boy, we got a real doozy on this one. This looks like a ghost of some type. Like some alien. repo. That's a good guess. Is it really? It is. Oh, that's crazy. I would have guessed if I saw this because I've watched enough people playing it. That's so funny. That's a good guess. Damn, NXN, you're good. You're good at this game. Holy. Oh, we got Gumaru on it as well. Nice. Dang, how are you guys so good at this? The hell is this? It's like 3D, but it's terrible looking. I can't tell if it's an FPS or not. I don't. Farming simulator. No, it's like two. No, but it is enough to. Kingdom Come is a good shout. The first one, though, right? No, it is an FPS. I want to say it's a Medal of Honor. Which one, though? Wow, well, this is not a... What even is going on here? Which Medal of Honor? Just... Wait. Frontline? Dude, there's so many. Okay, hold on. We gotta be careful with this. Allied Assault? Maybe it's Allied Assault. Frontline? Maybe it's not Medal of Honor. I don't remember this. 2008? Wait, why did games look this bad in 2008? 2008 when Call of Duty came out. How is it this bad? PS3, Xbox 360, PC. That's when Call of Duty 4 came out. No, 2008 is even later. 2008 is after. That's when Black Ops 1 came out? I can't remember. We're all like, I feel like it's not a Medal of Honor. I don't know if it's Gearbox, but is this I've never played this game. Is this the thing that what's the squad based one? Brother in Arms? Is that what it is? It's not what I was thinking of. Hell's Highway. Okay, I don't know this game. There's another one, but I can't remember what it was. You know what's really funny is Valkyria Chronicles is the first game that came to mind when I saw this menu. But I knew it wasn't it, but... Brother in Arms. Brothers in Arms. Hell's Highway. Interesting. Valkyria Chronicles was a very good game. Dude, the notice is gone. Let me in. The red notice is gone on the menu. Let me in. Oh, never mind. Nope, it's not gone. Yeah, the worst pick'em according to my opinion. That's a fair opinion because it's an opinion. Yeah, I really should have. Now I am really regretting playing online. I should have just straight up played offline. I didn't even think about that. It is crazy that there's still no official announcement. Isn't that insane? It seems insane to me. Wait, what? Offline mode doesn't work either. It throws an error message, could not connect to login server. Oh, what? That's so weird. You have to change to full offline in Steam. That's crazy that that's something you have to do. Monster Hunter. Oh no, the Monster Hunter people, they're creeping up on me. It's a countdown, not a clock. 3 hours? Really? Apparently Rax says that's 3 hours. That's insane that they don't have an announcement if it's a 3-hour server down maintenance. Huh. No, this is like not even the same. People are so good at spreading misinformation. Like, how are you not checking where this came from? It's also not even like it says it turned off the party system. Like, what's? Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is. I mean, if it really is meant to be 3 hours, not having an announcement is like not having a post is pretty egregious. No, in today's day and age, especially if it was scheduled. I mean, do I want to plug in Monster Hunter? Social media guy must not have woken up on time, I guess. No, I didn't want to click on theirs. I wanted to minimize it again. What about some Val solo queue? You guys are really pushing. That meme is literally me. Well, I mean, time zones, I'm sure, but it's just like you could have scheduled a post if it was scheduled, right? Or if it was an emergency. Wait, what the? That was a different notice. Yeah, maybe we'll play something else. Normally I would boot up PoE2, but that seems to be buggy right now too. Oh, now it just straight up says check for news about updates or outages. No, it's just some accounts are having issues. It's not like a game-wide thing. The PoE2 thing is that some people are not able to finish maps, so I was like, just in case I get bricked. And also since it's not exactly technically smooth for me right now, so. What about Blueprint? So what is Blueprint, Shio? I've like tried to watch a little bit. I've watched like 5 minutes of it and I was like, I have no idea what's going on. You like build a house, but it's a roguelike? Yeah, it seems cool. I just couldn't quite understand what it was about. I feel like it's a WillChobra game. You're probably not wrong, though, actually. You're probably not wrong. Actually, playing hardcore warrior could be fun. You're right, new friends. That could be fun. But you know what? Since a couple people wanted it, fine. We'll play a game of Valorant before EMEA. I'm gonna regret this so bad. I have an idea what game. Do tell, Exco. What game do you think would be perfect right now? Oh shoot, the Marathon Alpha starts today? I haven't signed up for it. Oops. There's too many games. Too many games. Oh, but it's NA only. Wow. The discrimination is real. Actually, I probably... Honestly, you know what? After today, I should keep my PS5 plugged in. Because I think I would enjoy just playing some Monster Hunter, but... I'm just too lazy to do that and then get back into the mindset of Monster Hunter and whatnot. I know that sounds crazy, but... Different games have different mindsets, you know? Not that I'm in the mindset for Valorant, to be very honest. Alright. Enough music. Time for some Valorant, baby. Where did my game go? Where did it... Is it loading? What's going on? Am I just gonna have issues with everything? Supposedly? Also, could I close my Steam, please? You could probably find a Last Epoch clone game mode in Fortnite. I mean, I could have just started a new character in offline mode, but this season I guess I'm stuck to playing online. In terms of Skyrim Oblivion, you mean Elder Scrolls Oblivion? I will probably check it out at some point. I'm in no rush because I've never played the original, but I will probably check it out at some point. But I don't want to start like a full-on single-player experience today because we are going to be playing Expedition 33 starting tomorrow. I'm excited for that game. You a JRPG player, Shio? Are you a JRPG enjoyer? Are you a grinder? I can't wait. I hope it's good. I know everyone says it's good, but I hope it's good. I want it to be good. I want it to be good so bad. Miss a good old nice hybrid classic fusion modern JRPG. I know that's a bunch of buzzwords, but
Match found.
Icebox, you love to see it. Ugh, what am I playing on Icebox? Waylay? Wow, he picked ISO after I picked Waylay? That's crazy.
I don't try. I do.
You're a Sova mean? You practice everything. What? I was on update beta playing. It was a good game. For which? Expedition 33? Reyna Instalock. I should change everything over. Oh, never mind. Don't have time. Mods if we can. If one of you guys can change the at least the game. And then we'll watch EME after. I just saw a post that said former Blizzard boss isn't a fan of Oblivion Remastered, and it's a tweet from Mike Ibarra. That says that they're not fans of old remasters. Dude, where is her? What is this Raze doing? Oh my gosh. Oh, we're so done. Well, chat, I already regret it. It's been nice knowing ya. Oh, update.
I have the spike. Spike dropped.
One of them's up here. Someone? No.
Be right back.
Wow. Oops. Yep, this is comp. This is why I don't like playing any time that's not like 8 a.m. It's friggin' 11 p.m. and we got people just insta-locking all the way after without looking at comps. I really hope they... I don't know. Not that I think that changes anything, actually, so probably it doesn't matter. I like that your title is Time to Blow Up Last Epoch. Whoops. Didn't know what I was getting myself into. Rematch. Oh, that's the one that Shio was playing. We got a little poison orb action, huh?
Back in a flash.
Oops. See ya. Nope.
Absolutely.
We're playing Valo. I heard no one talks in Korea servers. That's not true. I just keep them muted until I'm at least high plat, low diamond, because otherwise they're just screaming. Wait, rematch is from the devs of Sifu? Wait, really? That's crazy. I would have never imagined. Sifu, that's so funny.
Gonna fall back here.
Ooh, that's a lot of people.
Slowing them down. There's that. Satchel out.
What kind of satchels are those? Wow, that was terrible. At least I didn't spray, though. Kept it cool. Tens and others said people usually don't calm in ranks below Ascendant. Yeah, well, yeah, they don't calm. They talk. They don't calm. Which is why I just auto-mute them for most of the times. Because here's the other thing, chat, and I firmly believe this. The level of comms you need to climb up to, like, Ascendant, you can do with pings. and enough like own minimap awareness. It seemed pretty fun when I saw Shio playing it. I didn't really tell what was going on, but
Gonna fall back here.
what? Nonsense. Also, where's my trade, man?
Satchel out.
Dude, this guy, last picks, just blind locks in race, and these are the satchels we're seeing. Don't even try to do anything fancy then. What the heck is going on? I mean, I'm not good with satchels, but at least I don't try to oversell myself.
Enemy spotted mid.
You saw him. You saw him. You got him. If they were like half a second calmer, this Raze would actually have 6 shots. But you got a molly. I'd molly it early if I were you. Ay, ay, ay. My goat Chobra back on Valorant. What a great... Is it, though? Maybe it's great for everyone but me.
Sorry, ear's still ringing.
No, the range isn't why I don't play them on stream, chat. In fact, I'm not even... normally, I get mad at my own play, which is why I don't like playing it, because I'm like... my attention is split. But I'm not even mad at my own play. My own play is just right about what I'd imagine, quite frankly.
Okay, boys, focus up.
Shockingly, it is not a forfeit at 5 because...
Doing a thing.
Stop it.
Slow down.
Show me a target.
That jet friggin' scared me. I should have been a bit closer. Forgot they had a Phoenix.
Last player standing.
Our Gecko's got this. Nope, never mind. Oh, it makes me so mad. It makes me so mad when when you just have people that just clearly just don't give a single damn. Like, being bad is fine. Having an off day is fine. But, like, if you're not gonna care, like, people are like... And, like, listen, doing it for content or whatever, like... That's also whatever. But, like... Like, why are we... What are we doing here? Like... But... Like, people who just clearly don't care, like, why are... Just play Swift play then. Like, what really is the difference to you anyway? Because you clearly don't care if you win or lose. I don't like waylay utility one-time use. It does... That... I was thinking about that one of the days. Where it does kind of feel bad. Like, not in a balanced way, but just in terms of, like, playing the game. It's like, oh, like, one and done for all of them.
Joke's over. You're dead. No distraction.
Wow, did we all get flashed and nobody sprayed with me? That's great. That's cool. We all got wrecked. But it's like, it's just kind of most other characters you kind of are used to, like, I can do at least one of the things twice. What other character is like, everything's just one use? Is there anybody? I don't know if there is. I mean, technically Viper, but obviously you can reset the toxins. Yeah, this Gecko's trolling. That's just great. That is fantastic.
Oh, I like it. Not ready. Crash is ready.
Reloading.
Yeah, but Viper, you can still like redo it with the toxins.
30
So
seconds left.
chamber, well, no, but like it's cooldown, and then there's, you know,
Player
several shots of the headhunter. I wonder if there's anybody else that's like that.
10 seconds left.
Geckos is reusable. Yeah. Yeah, I guess not. I guess Waylay is the only one where you're like literally one and done. Well, you get kill refreshes, I guess.
Weapon choice. It is so personal.
Reyna? No, but you can have 2 leers, 2 dismisses. I mean like actual uses, not like the ability as like a one-time thing, but ISO? Now, yeah. Now ISO is like that, actually. Yeah. No, you're right.
Don't miss me too much. Our spike's down.
Spike down. B.
Line them up! I'm going in!
Oh, that stunned me? That's actually nonsense. Sky feels like a one and done these days. Yeah, that's true.
One enemy remaining.
I have the spike.
Thirty seconds left. Last player.
Oh, please. Oh my goodness. You know what? All the duelists are one and done except Reyna and Raze. What? Jet's not. No, I guess, well, I guess you mean it differently. I don't mean as in like once you use it your job is done. Like I just literally mean like there's no like all your buttons are just one, you press it once and you can never press it again. That's what I mean. Well, to be fair, I didn't hit the gecko a single time, so
Don't miss me too much. Nice and slow down.
oh wow, really? I think I spent too much time. I should have just gone right after I threw it. Oof. Nice shot.
Reloading.
Wow, nobody got detained. Look at that.
Stopping fire.
Ooh, wow, we're gonna win a round.
One enemy.
The worst part about this game is going to be if we win it, chat, by the way. We have a troll gecko. We have no smokes. And if we win, that's just like...
But you're better off
Jet is refreshable with kills only. No, you get 2 smokes, though. And you get 2 flashes with Phoenix as well. Yeah, so it's a good gaming share, maybe.
Let's get it. Get out of my way.
That's a judge.
Slowing them down.
Dinged him.
One enemy remaining.
I was, because the gecko's not on site. I was like, I have to get there to know. What? What? Where were you looking?
You should run.
Hey, Paranoia. Then it is just unfair for ISO and Way. Like, that didn't land. And they don't care because... Oh. I think, yeah, they just had the half. Because their gecko is throwing anyway.
Getting tired is optional.
Yeah, I guess ISO now only has, yeah, one button per, so yeah. Oh, our geckos, they're throwing. They are ulting chamber, like, and then they're just purposely just sending the spike to a place where our team isn't, and then just running around. But they will get their suspension. I'm like, I have like a 95%, you know, give or take accuracy with reports, so it'll happen. I get people suspended and banned like all the time. It's actually insane.
Slow down. Back in a flash.
One enemy remaining.
Damn it. All our geckos going to B. What? That was out of ammo.
Ready.
This is why you should have a duo. I mean, yeah, but then you end up only playing when the duo's on, and I don't know. And it's like, it's one less idiot, but it's like, at least on the Korean server, I've had so many games when we were like duo trio stacking back in the day, and it's just like, it doesn't do anything. But you literally can't play from like anywhere from like 3 p.m. to like 1 or 2 a.m. and expect normal gameplay. You just have to kind of take your losses and move on the Korean server, which is partially the other reason why I don't play it on stream much, because it's like, then all I'm going to talk about is like, yeah, well, they're throwing, all right, good, great, let's move on. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not great.
Come on, let's go.
Your dad works for Riot. And contrary to common belief.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Reloading.
Thank you. Get him, Chamber. Oh my gosh.
Hitting the brakes. Satchel out. Be right back.
Last player
Dang it.
standing.
Enemy B.
Who's gonna throw more, this gecko or the entirety of Apex without minus floor? This gecko for sure. Dude, Apex, well, Giant X looks good with their new additions, but I think Apex has a shot today.
Last round before the switch.
If you're not spending your cash, at least buy me something fancy.
takes too long. I was like hoping you wouldn't chase me all the way through.
Stand aside.
Last player standing.
My God, this guy. But it's like yeah, I mean, there's no point questioning it. I always do wonder, like, why you would do such a thing. Like, at the very least, like, let's say someone, like, pissed someone off, right? Like, let's say someone was giving, like, critical feedback, and you were having a bad day, so you got pissed off, so you started, like, harassing that one person and throwing. At the very least, like, I understand where that's coming from. Obviously, I don't think it's correct, but it's always the people who are actually not bad shots either, because they're like, haha, I'm better than all of you and I can control the game the way I want. It's a terrible, terrible mindset. Don't do that, chat. If you're ever having a bad day, just close the game. It's actually literally better for you to go AFK than become a bad human being. Don't do that. Don't ever do that, please. Doesn't matter if it's Simple. If Simple went out and started throwing games, I think he would be much lesser of a human being. It's almost always the people that are cracked that throw, by the way, because it's either that or like the worst player on the server.
Back in a flash.
Multiple enemies
Spike down A. Spike planted.
So Killjoy's dinked.
Hitting the brakes.
Oh shoot. Dang it! Yeah, maybe someone did. Maybe someone did. Because I have them muted both in text and whatnot. But I think I muted the text because I noticed the Gecko was throwing. So, oh no, I muted it because our Ray's like blind picked, so that can be it. But it's just like, I mean, just mute him, right? If you can't control your own emotions, then what are we doing here? What are we doing here?
Don't miss me too much. Out.
Enemy spotted A.
Ah! Get him, Raze. Nice. Actually got him. I think they're going B, actually.
Spike planted.
All right, how many misses? Oh, are you kidding me? How did that first shot not hit, man? Maybe Raze is the issue. It doesn't matter. It doesn't excuse anything the Gecko's doing, to be honest. Even if the Raze said the most vulgar, absolute toxic, racist, sexist remark, it actually still doesn't excuse what the get guy's doing, which is, I know, is a crazy concept, but because, you know, you could just report the raise and not also be a terrible human being.
Race, you're up.
It's a crazy concept. What's up, Jafani? I do play. I just don't play on stream much.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Got him.
Take a minute. Focus on your breathing. Helps.
You think they'll come B now? I think they're gonna come B now.
Dream big, make it happen.
The Chobra moment. Happens every now and then. Oh, damn. Nice shot. I shouldn't have actually gone for that.
Show me a target.
Womp, womp, womp. Well, well, well. What a fun time. Are you happy? The 3 people that wanted to watch Valorant? We can actually probably squeeze in another game. Actually, no. There's a good chance it actually runs over, so I guess not. I wanted to watch Monster Hunter. We should have played Monster Hunter. Yeah, I mean, like, trash talking, like, listen, everyone has a bad day, and you can be like, shut up or whatever. Like, you can, you know, chat. Obviously, you should still try to be not angry, but, you know, like, that's different from, like, legit throwing or trolling, you know what I mean? Like, I'm fine with, I would rather, like, have someone be
Over. You're dead.
annoyed all the time and still try to win rather than
Be right back.
why did I pressed the wrong button.
Player standing.
I've switched my keys on Waylay so much. I actually don't like any of them. I'm still considering. I was gonna use my dash and then I was like, what the?
Spike planted.
Don't know. It's the first agent where I've like, I just don't like any combination of the keys that I use. Because normally I always put any movement-based abilities
Match point.
on my mouse button, and then if it's not that, any, like, you know, instant things that I would want really quick. So you know, say like Sage slow orbs, I'm like, okay, that's the one I want to be able to like toss out like on a dime. It's like, okay, that's what I'm using on my mouse button. But here it's like there's so many that you kind of want to do that, but then the fact that the saturate is smart cast, quick cast.
Slow down.
Spike down
Be
A.
right back.
You should run.
What the?
standing.
So I switched to Asia server. Honestly, the Asia server is much more preferred than Korea as well, but my logic is
Attackers win.
obviously, like, I would want to, if I'm gonna be buying skins and playing, I would want to be supporting the Korean office in the Korean region. GG. Yeah, see, like, that's like the big difference is, like, obviously you still should be a good human being, but at the very least, like, if you're playing ranked, like, try, right? And if you don't want to, like, you can play, like, you want to do, like, sheriff only or, like, shorty only on switch play, like, I mean, some people still wouldn't like that, but I'm like, all right, that's kind of fair game, I guess, right? But, you know. Oh, well. See if the servers are back. maybe we can recover a little bit before we jump into the EMEA games, which I feel like aren't going to be exactly that. Well, Foot BBL should always be entertaining, actually. No, I don't want to start another ranked game. If I did play, it would just been like Spike Rush, but I'm not really like feeling the need to be playing Valorant right now. But yeah, for what it's worth, like, I do play like minimum 1 to 2 games every day. Some days obviously more. You know, just to keep up with it, I guess. Play StarCraft so you only have yourself to blame. That is both the pro and con of single player games. What was that? That was Expo 33. Where is that? Damn, the artwork is so dark, but the game itself is actually kind of bright, no?
I still can't believe they exist.
I mean, aesthetically, not the theme and stuff. Dude, it looks so good. It actually looks unrealistically good. No? Yeah, we'll be watching EMEA. There's just the first game, though. No, I don't think they have plans to do VFL for Masters. I'm not sure, though. Oh, wow. Oh, now they say, and should be available again at 12 CDT. So it was for 3 hours. And then why didn't they just post that it was for 3 hours? That's actually so crazy. That's so insane. Because it seems like people knew. Because, like, the streamers knew. That's so weird. That is wild. That is very mismanaged. Not to say that's like a doom and gloom kind of mismanaged, but it's just like it's a very organizational thing that, you know. Do I want to? No, this season, just because I have like a bunch of uniques that I would want to use while leveling. I guess I'm not playing this offline. I don't know. There's only 30 minutes left. 30 minutes is a weird amount of time. Which teams are watching? BBL and Foot. Although now I'm wondering if I do want to watch that at all. That Valorant game really just... This is why I don't stream multiplayer games. It's just too much out of my control. And I just don't have the energy to deal with it anymore, chat, to be honest. Like, I'll deal with it when I'm playing on my own, but... I did today's GeoGuessr. I guess we haven't done Time Guesser. You lost your 50-50. Oh, wait. So who'd you get instead, though? That's also important, no? Unless you already have all the characters maxed out, then I guess it doesn't matter. Grace. Yeah, BBL versus Foot is what it'll be. No, I expect it to be a fun game. I expect it to be a fun game. See, this is where gacha games shine, actually. It's like 30 minutes, time to do your dailies. Damn, really, Paradox? That's actually kind of crazy. Maybe do some reacts. What do we want to react to? Is there anything to react to? Anything worth reacting to? What other games are coming out this year? Do you play BA? Blue Archive? No. I do not. Actually, let's watch the Oblivion remake. That's a good call. I've never played Oblivion. What's the joy about Oblivion? What do I want to be watching here? I guess part 1. ESO. Wait, why is this all the way in the middle? I've never played this. What the heck?
I'm so excited.
The trailer? Okay, we'll watch the trailer. Well, the trailer is like so cinematic, though. I tried. Oh yeah, and then in Korea you have to, which is also so annoying. Which is funny because I can apparently watch this.
Holy, I'm so excited. This is a magic. Oh, that's the character creation. Oh my god. That's
It looks good. So they just reskinned it with Unreal? Is that what it is?
Elder Scrolls 6 even looked anything like this.
Well, it's the same thing like with like skeletons being censored in China. Chad, it's just different things. Chobra's my favorite Blue Archive character. What? Yeah, no, I've done quite a few Blue Archive live streams before, but have you seen Vic's tweet? No.
I've been pretty happy. Carrot's gonna be cool.
Or maybe, but I don't know which one you're talking about.
Alive, brother.
But isn't part of the thing with the Elder Scrolls games that like what's the isn't the main joy? What is the main joy? Actually, I've always wondered that. What's the main joy of the Elder Scroll games? Is it the like is it the freedom of choice, or is it like character building, or is it right? But like, what type of RPG? Like, you know what I mean? Like, is it the role playing of the story? Is it the role playing of like a build? Is it obviously it's a mix of everything? But like, what do you think is the main draw for most people? So it is like the freedom of choice, I think, is the best way to put it. Which is probably why I've never really been super drawn to them. Like, I would argue, for instance, what's like another good example? I mean, I don't know. But like, for instance, you know, like in an ARPG, the main draw is like the rarity of loot, the RNG of loot, right? Or like getting the perfect drop and stuff like that. So being in a fantasy world. Yeah, so I assume it is literally the role play, which is something I've never really been that big on.
So basically, you just
It does look nice though.
Fast attacking.
Listen, you know the 9.
At some point in the stream.
What classes are there?
Talos save us.
He's looting him. That's what you were trying to loot. Oh, they've split it up into mages, sorcerers, battle mage, healer, spell sword, witch hunter, knight blade from the.
Oh, you got magic, stealth, and strength classes, warrior classes. Wow, that's a lot of classes.
Bard. Custom class, please. What
Asking the
character
philosophical
would you play?
questions. I mean, I always think about games in that way though. And Kazakh singing while tagging. Oh no, I saw that tweet. I haven't watched the clip. It's like a D&D campaign, so you can't throw literal poop at the DM. The first time I booted Morrowind, I spent 12 hours on something. See, I think I can't do that. I don't think I find it enjoyable. Like to some people, that's a charm, right? Of like, dude, I got so lost I didn't do anything for like a whole week of playing this game, which is fine. I don't judge that. I'm not like, wow, what, are you stupid? Like, I don't think that. Like, I'm like, oh, that's cool. But to me, it's like, if I spend a day in a game or like several like 1 hour days in a game and I haven't actually done anything, I'm like done with it. I think I always need to like have a mission, which is why I generally actually prefer linear stories than open like stuff, because I want to be achieving a goal and a mission like nonstop. And yeah, like you could always set up your own goals, but then the problem with that is rarely is, for me, it seems like I always just have very different ideas that just like the game either doesn't allow, or it's like way too many, you have to go through way too many hoops to like accomplish it. So for instance, like a good example in Last Epoch would be, I'm like, oh, Forge Guard, you're meant to be like a really tanky dude with a shield, and you can summon this guy, and you can have like fire spells. So in my head, I'm like, okay, fire spells, big guy, big tank, has a shield, like slam skills sound fun, but there actually aren't really any slam skills. So already I'm like, okay, well, like that's it, right? So. Oh, come on. We played one, and we had a thrower, so it was like, all right, GG. I mean, this is why I do enjoy PvP games, because there's a goal, and it's to win, right? Do you remember when Benkai and Paperthin did that kidnapped act on stage? Wait, what? No, I don't remember that. Oh, Tom. Okay. It wasn't Paperthin. I was gonna say, I was like, I don't remember Paperthin doing that. I actually don't remember Tom and Benkai doing that either, but I'm glad everyone has come around against open world games. Yeah, I mean, there's also like the open world games are nice when there's not too many of them, I think. Your goal can always just be the quest. Right, but I think the way, at least for me, so the only Elder Scrolls games I've played is Skyrim. And the problem I had with it, which is kind of the problem I had with progression in Last Epoch until the end game, is that it goads you into not wanting to do that, right? Like it is very intentionally, indirectly designed to be like, oh, look at this cool thing you could be doing, or like, look at this cool place you could be going to, and then there's the marketing around it, and then there's the community perception around it, and all of that. So to me, it's like, it almost feels bad doing that. It's like another one would be Ubisoft games, and it's like, yeah, you could just play the main quest, but literally the game like does everything in its power to tell you to do all the side quests. And at that point, I'm like, okay, well, now I feel like I'm just like not playing the whole game if I'm only doing the main quest. Which again, I'm not saying other people shouldn't enjoy it that way. I'm just saying I have a problem with that, and I don't think it's designed for me, I guess, is the best way to put it. Where, like, if I'm going to be doing that, I could be playing a different game that does reward that instead of one that rewards the thing I don't want to be doing, if that makes sense. So. Yeah, like you're rewarded for exploring, etc. They have a samurai version too. What are you sending us here? Metal bringer. What? It's in Japanese. Wait, what? What is going on? You can't rewind on this player, then why does it show a bar? What in the world? This thing looks really raw. In some weird way, in a good way? Oh gosh. No. I like what it's doing. I just don't think I can do it anymore. The aesthetics, I don't know if I can do that anymore. The samurai one makes more sense.
And hone your skills. Tools contain various combat techniques, such as increase its power, and you can even add and special attributes to your attacks. When equipping these in the you've collected, slash your way.
I just don't know if the music's gonna be. What the heck? Well, it's got like bosses and stuff. Interesting. When are we getting a Blue Archive stream? Never. I don't actually play the game. I don't work on their shows anymore either. Also, spending X amount of time on a silly side quest takes me out of the immersion of the main quest. Yeah, I have that problem too. Like some people, like, I think it's the difference between people who enjoy the journey and people who enjoy the destination. To put it simply, to boil it down simply. And like all power to the people who can enjoy the journey. But to me, I'm like, great. We did this thing and there was like a humorous punchline. And I'm like, yeah, and I spent 5 hours on that. Or like, you know, or an hour on that. 5 hours is a little extreme. I'm like, yeah, I spent an hour doing that. Very cool. And then I got like no upgrades, a humorous punchline, and that's it. And I'm like, okay. Chobra Arc. Oh, I forgot to sign up for that too. Arc Raiders and Marathon. I should do that. Those games are good for in between too. Honestly, you know what we should have played, chat? We should have played 2 games of TFT. That's what we should have done. It's too late now. It's too late now. That's what we should have done, chat. We're slacking. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, if Expedition 33 ends up being not great, which I'm doubting, then oh, is that gonna, that seems like it's something very important because it's the literal name of the game. Then I guess we'll check this out. But I feel like this is the type of game where I'd be like, I'd have fun with it for like 2 days on stream, and then I would play it in a way that's not fun for you or me. If that makes sense. No, we're checking it out. I just haven't. I never played the original. I didn't really get into Skyrim. I've like tried to get into Skyrim like 3 different occasions. It looks very good though. Like I would check it out for sure, one way or another. But
It's aggressive. Get out of here, you silly creature. I didn't summon you for that.
honestly, would rather. Yeah, I think honestly, like if I was gonna play, if I tried Expedition 33 and I was like, no, but I do want to play another single player experience, like I think I would probably have a better time going back to
Let me quickly look at my
Baldur's Gate 3.
character. Major skills. Conjuration level 30. I see you leveling up to level 31 right now. That's pretty good.
No, Xenoblade I'm just kind of taking casually on the side just because it's so side quest heavy.
I can see over there,
But that's another game where it's like, it is cool, and because I like Xenoblade, I am still playing it like, you know, every 2-3 days for like an hour or so, like before bed.
Come on.
I am doing that, but it's another game where it's like if it wasn't Xenoblade, I probably would have quit it already. Where I'm like, it's cool, but I've like tried this side quest like 3 times and failed, and I'm like, why am I even doing this? But it is there, and it seems like that's the next thing I should be doing. Like that would give me a good reward. But again, I'm not saying that's necessarily bad design, but it's not design that works for me. Do we consider... See, that is an interesting case. Do we consider Baldur's Gate 3 open world? Not really. I think Baldur's Gate 3 is quite... It is a bit of an overarching on-rails experience with a lot of freedom of choice. In my opinion.
Die. Why does it have a pewter fork? I don't think the paintbrush glitch will still work. Why are there calipers everywhere?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's...
So we've got a... I can't shield bash him.
Other than the fact that it's Oblivion and that's like a big deal for everyone.
Let's...
I mean, I know it's very just early on, but I'm not really seeing anything that's...
We know we're not going to use the bow.
You know.
We should keep one though, just in case.
Really shouting to me.
We probably don't need all these apples.
Please watch this. But if it's from...
I'm gonna eat some of
Oh,
them.
this is from the VCT one.
That is a
Oh,
great question, actually.
No, I do remember this. Yeah, no, I do remember this.
I think they definitely are. Most certainly.
I do remember this. That is funny.
Yes?
Where's Tom gone? He was supposed to be up here. You were playing a second ago. What's
No, it
what's
wasn't.
going
That,
on?
that was Tom. I mean.
Oh, that was Tom down there.
Yeah, we let him go. Like we took him out.
No, I'm
to-
sorry. Top of the scoreboard. That wasn't Tom. Okay, I
Yeah,
played
it
with
was
this guy.
definitely him playing.
I know
Yeah,
what was
I mean,
happening. That's the guy. All right.
I had to watch this as a clip though because I was either casting or
I don't know if I
translating.
can get that off you right now. We'll get production down here. What's happening?
That's funny. Maybe look for a game that's not like 60 plus. I just like JRPGs. That's the thing. It's not that I'm like purposely targeting them, but I mean, listen. Worst case, worst case in between tournaments, like we're just playing Path of Exile chat. There's no problem with that. It's not that I'm out of a game. We just have 20 minutes left, so we were just chilling, watching different game trailers. I forgot, but for Marathon, but I should. But I've heard that the current alpha is only for America anyway. What are your top 5 games of all time? Let's see. Let's get our handy dandy pen, shall we? Let's see. Top 5 games of all time. In no particular order for now. Mega Man X. Top 5? Probably Ocarina of Time. Chrono Trigger. FF7 Remake. The Last of Us. Super Mario World. Although, maybe I would put Sunshine over Super Mario World. And then COD 4. So what would I... Oh, you guys can't see that. So what would I erase out of these? Maybe Super Mario World. Legit, it might be. I might take out Ocarina of Time. Legit. I think Mega Man X, Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy VII Remake, The Last of Us, and then the original Call of Duty 4 would probably be it. I think I agree that Black Ops 2 was peak Call of Duty, but Call of Duty 4 I think was in some ways more impactful and more. I think Black Ops 2 was the best Call of Duty, but I think COD 4 was a better designed game. But I mean, it's COD, so you're nostalgic AF. Yeah, but they're just good. Hey, Final Fantasy VII Remake's pretty new. I'm torn between X and X3. That's a good shout. It's either X or X3. I've always debated, but eventually I've decided that X was the better game. Like X did so much more for the gaming ecosystem, I think. Clash of Clans, Clash Royale, Brawl Stars, Boom Beach, and Squad Busters. Yeah, COD 4. Wait, what? It's an interesting. Oh, no. I was erasing them. COD 4 was, yeah, like when it released, COD 4 was insane. So was Battlefield 2, but like COD 4's impact, it just like blew Battlefield 2 out of the water. No, COD 4 was the original Modern Warfare. This was the original Modern Warfare, not the remake. And the remake really killed. The remake kind of erased the impact the original had, which is unfortunate. But Mega Man X, I think, was like revolutionary. Also just a really good game. Very well designed side scroller. Really good balance of like difficulty. Really good balance of secrets. Really good guidance system without crazy tutorials. Chrono Trigger, enough said. Final Fantasy VII Remake. This is partially for me, just because this is what really got me into Final Fantasy. But also I just think on the technical side, this was quite a marvel. You know, it was the last game on the PS4 era, and it looked like it played and looked better than a lot of PS5 games still. Granted, maybe it's slightly rose-tinted glasses. The Last of Us, I have to give it, because this game literally made me go out the next day and buy a PS4. Because I played the remastered version. So what happened was I've never owned a PlayStation, and then one day I was like chilling, and I was like, I guess I'll look up some game videos on YouTube, like see what games are out there. I was like, I want to watch something while I eat, but I don't want to watch like a TV show. And I've never, even to this day, I always say like I don't really browse YouTube much. So I was looking up like walkthroughs, and then I found a channel that did like no UI cinematic playthrough, did a no UI cinematic playthrough of The Last of Us, and I watched the first like hour, like the prologue, and then I was like, oh nope, gotta play this game. I was like, I don't want to watch it, I want to play it. And so I literally, because I didn't have my any consoles anymore, because we had sold our Nintendo and it had been a while, so I was already debating between an Xbox and a PlayStation, because I was like, you know what? Maybe this generation I'll get an Xbox or a PlayStation for the first time. And this literally was like, all right, nope, time to go buy a PlayStation. And the next day I went out and bought a PlayStation, and I enjoyed the heck out of it. The COD WoW story. No, the Treyarch COD arc was very good too. Yeah, and then this one, the Impact as well. Honestly, this is a pretty good list. A pretty good list, I think. Yeah, The Last of Us 2, I still enjoyed it. I still enjoyed it. I think the story was a little, I don't know though. I kind of got what they were going for. I think it was very different. And I think it deviated a lot from the tone of the first game. So I think that kind of definitely left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths, because you're kind of expecting, you're expecting to get a similar impact, right? But for what it's worth, I still enjoyed The Last of Us 2. It still made me It still gave me a lot to like sit on. The pacing was kind of bad though. Yeah, I agree. Like I would actually, if anything, I would think there was definitely much more that was done a bit on the nose in the second Last of Us to like push the feeling and thought, whereas the Last of Us 1 was very much like indirect. But yeah, the thing is like Joel's death, I guess maybe just because I didn't play like the original when it came out. So I think that does matter because obviously the time between the original and then like, you know, someone who bought it much later is very different. So while I was a big fan of the game, that story just would not have ever worked if Joel didn't die. Right? And you could argue, well, then the story was bad. And like, I mean, I guess you could argue maybe you didn't like it. That's fine. But I think it was okay. But there were definitely a lot of things, like both in terms of the shock factor, but also just like gameplay mechanics. There were a lot of gameplay systems that were done. It was much more of a game. The Last of Us 2 was much more of a game. The Last of Us 1 was much more of a story, in my opinion. Have you ever had the joy of playing COD with a Wii remote? I have, actually. I have. Wasn't there a flash? I don't know if there was a flashback within a flashback. There might have. There's a lot of flashbacks in 2. I wonder if the Metal Gear Solid franchise... I'm sure for people who grew up with it. Not for me, though, just because... Yeah, I just played it through stream. I didn't play the originals. You're looking at my top 5 games of all time. I feel like I'm missing probably 1 or 2, but... You know what's crazy, actually, chat? You know what is crazy is that there's no GameCube games on here, and GameCube was probably the most impactful console. But if I had to pick one game, it would probably be Sunshine if I had to pick one game out of GameCube to be included in this list. Either Sunshine, Melee, or Double Dash. But, well, Double Dash was actually... Dude, Double Dash was so good. Or Metroid Prime, actually. But do I think Metroid Prime... Would I rate it higher than any of these? No. I would not. Sunshine, maybe. RE4 was... in my head, I was thinking about Resident Evil 4 on GameCube. But, it already, like, I wouldn't put it above these in terms of my top games for both impact to me, but also what impact I think it had. But RE4 got me to like and play Resident Evil as a series. My nostalgia favorite game hit is going to be Road Rash. What's Road Rash? Did you like The Last of Us 2? I did. I liked it for, you know, as a game. But I think that was my best. I think that was the best way to describe it. The Last of Us 2 was a game. The Last of Us 1 was an experience, in my opinion. Why have they not remade Double Dash? That is a good question. I wonder why they never went back to that formula. Oh my gosh, chat. It's already... Wow. Well, see, we should do more lists. We should do tier lists whenever we need to spend time, chat. YouTube chat, just as a heads up, we do need to switch streams so that the VOD starts with the match. So please bear with me. There's a scheduled stream on the channel. We'll be right back. I'll see you guys there in a little bit.